All right, check, check, 1, 2. I gotta turn this down a little bit. That's a little too cooked. That'll come in over the mic. The monitors are just there so I can know that there's sound levels at all. All right, how we doing? I was up late. Cleaning off this keyboard. Sound check worked? Good, no crispiness. Sometimes there's like crispiness in the voice, and I don't know if it's because of the mic circuit that I built being a little weird. It's basically a powered lapel mic. And I didn't use a transformer. I built a circuit from a German website. It's like Project 37 or something like that. Which is, it makes for really good one-to-one sound through a lapel microphone. And then I cook it up with software to make it, you know, not pick up literally everything in the world. I am looking at mixers. At some point, I need to get a mixer. Something, I don't know, I'm looking at the Rode Podcaster kind of thingy-majig. Technically, it's a thingy. You know, just another piece of multi-$100 equipment that'll allow me to more brainlessly have other people in the shop. Because then I can have two lapels input to that thing, and it'll do all of the filtering, the EQ and the mix and the de-esser. I'll have a de-esser. That'll be nice. My S's will no longer be emphasized. Broke my sleep schedule. Now I'm in the process of fixing it. I need to do that. Yeah, I was up way too late last night. My sleep schedule is broke. It's broke. I'm broke. It is a broken sleep schedule, and I need to fix it. Cause yeah, I'm like missing out on stuff. You gotta get over the FOMO, right?
1,000 bits.
Yeah, let's get that out of the way. I don't know if we're gonna go too big into the dielectric grease and the lubrication and stuff today.
I can't believe it's always so like unintuitive to me. I'm just like, I'll just fuck around for a little bit before I get off.
I don't know if we're gonna go too hard into that.
And people like what I play. It's very bizarre to me.
Look at him talking.
But I'm not complaining.
How dare he?
Feels good.
Oh, it was never fixed. My sleep schedule was never fixed. I just had to get up early for an eye appointment. That was it. That was the anomaly, and it shouldn't have been, but it was. And then you have been on my fucking case about it.
this like rhythmic sound?
Fade out. Okay. So here we are. I figure I want to get this keyboard done. I spent a lot of time last night. Getting this stuff all out of here. Final extraction. Yeah, it really was. So what I did is I separated all of the keys out into their component parts. The base, the top piece, the button. I threw the LEDs in with that and the springs. I let them soak in alcohol for several hours. After which, of course, I put them in, basically rubbing alcohol was all I had. The 99% isopropyl gets here on like the 16th. So I got like 3 days to wait. It'll be here like Monday. So it's like, I'm not gonna wait that long, which is unfortunate because rubbing alcohol is not 99% isopropyl. So I don't know. The efficacy of which I don't know, it's a little dubious, but I let everything except for the springs soak in alcohol for several hours, and every now and then I agitated it, and I pulled them all out of the alcohol into a strainer, gave them a good little shake, and then distributed them onto on a paper towel where they were sitting in front of a fan for several more hours. The bowls got cleaned out and everything, but the alcohol that was left behind had a little bit of a rosé tint to it. There was definitely a lot of disgusting shit on all of these. Some of them looked brand new. You know, I did the favor of actually inspecting the keys. My index finger still kind of hurts from basically grabbing the edge of this. There's a hard edge on the plastic, and I grabbed the hard edge of the plastic there and pulled back. So fingers grabbing the base, index finger on the hard plastic, screwdriver, put in, tilt a little bit until it lets go, flip it to the other side, do the same thing. Do that for 104 keys. My finger hurts. It would have been wise, if I knew I was going to go this far, to make 3D print, rather, that extraction tool that ShortLurker linked, because it probably would have only taken like an hour or two to print, and then my hands would have been in much better shape today. They wouldn't have residual bruising from all that bullshit. But anyway, I got them apart. It was just about as fast as using an extractor. Excuse me. All of the interiors of the switches looked really clean. Hold on, I'm gonna cough. Got that like it's like a weird cough. It's like because I've always, like, my whole life I've had like a post-nasal drip, and I think that triggers just like something in my brain that tells me that I need to cough. And so it's not like there's any outward symptoms other than I'm getting a little phlegmy, and then I have to cough. And so I've had that cough for like a century. I don't know. It's not like, it's like a physiological thing. Anyway, so tickle cough, but there's no tickle. Yeah. Post-nasal drip is the worst. Yeah, I think I've had it my entire life, and I just don't know life without it. I think that's where I am with that cough. The table surface, by the way, has gotten filthy from my dissection of all of these switches. Now this looks pretty good, right? This one sat in alcohol for a little while, and sitting in the alcohol hopefully diluted all of the all that slow gin and seltzer. It wasn't that strong of a drink. It just had some time to congeal. Anyway, these things have now had overnight to kind of dry off, and the alcohol displaced the water. Some of them have, you know, there's still like some gross stuff on it. Maybe we'll get a brush, and so I can brush that off. That's not going to really affect performance. It's this stuff that'll affect performance. What's going on in there? Is that a little corrosion inside? Oh, interesting. Might have to take a brush to that, but that's just the mechanical part. Why would that be all gross? Anyway, these have sat in alcohol, and I've given them time to kind of like, you know, do their magic. Now I've looked at, I wake up with that and hack like I'm dying. See, I don't even do that. It's just when I'm here talking with you guys, I am using a theater voice. And by theater voice, I mean, this is if I were in an office and I was talking this loudly, I would fucking hate me. I talk with a louder voice when I stream. it's like I'm talking like in a presentation almost. Presentation voice is a little louder than this. But yeah, making yourself sound natural while pontificating. And so when I do that, all the phlegm makes me have just a little bit of a hacky cough, right? I don't hack that well, I guess I do. I guess I just always cough. These things were a bad purchase. These things fucking suck. They're made out of plastic and foam, which is not renewable, whereas Q-tips are made out of paper and cotton, which is renewable. Fuck these things. I fucking hate them. All my homies hate them. Oh, you can see through that plastic bag in thermal. That's cool. All right, I take it back. These are awesome. Look at that. You can see right through it on thermal imaging. That's pretty cool. Yeah, plastic is cool like that. Some plastic you can see you get a transmission of heat directly through it. That's pretty cool. Pretty wild, right? Hey, look at this. Hey guys, look at this. This is pretty cool. Anyway, these things suck. They're not renewable. I'm never buying them again. I'm kind of using them until I use them up, just at least get something out of them, and then they're going to permanently fill a landfill, and I will never purchase these again. I will always just deal with little pieces of cotton getting everywhere, because Wexo was the one that bought me the last iteration of these things. Then I bought thinner ones thinking that I was so smart, but no. There are apparently Q-tips too that have differently packed ends. I should look those up and try to get them, because I think they would be better with getting dirt out of little tiny places in electronics. But the point of these being out is that the next phase of this, while all this stuff was soaking, by the way, the springs I've put in a little bit of, I don't know, it's not really assembly oil, but it's a good lubricant. It's Inox MX3. This stuff is good. Displaces, protects, penetrates. Oh god, and it's covered in oil. Penetrates corrosion and oxidation to loose up free parts. Lubricate, displaces moisture, gives lasting protection. That's the thing. This stuff does not. Yeah, toothbrush is a good tool. Yeah, I could use a toothbrush, but I think the plastic bristles would melt with acetone. But yeah, anyway, Inox MX3. This is your WD-40, but it doesn't dry up. This is good stuff. So I'm using it as a light assembly lubricant. I was thinking I'd probably use 3-in-1, but this I want to give MX3 a try. So I'm leaving the springs in that, and that's just going to get moisture away from them. It's going to clean them off a little bit, and it'll lubricate my springs. Now, I watched a couple videos. Well, let me get to that in a minute. Hold on. So the next step with this thing was to get real fucking intimate with my solder sucker. There are things that I can't talk about anymore that I've done with this solder sucker. I basically, like, my thumb muscle is very, very, oh yeah, oh, I can barely do that anymore. This motion right here, damn it, ow. I don't have any strength in these muscles anymore, because I had to do this for 140 times, like, 2. I may need a new one of these. I think I might have used up this thing. It's not as spry as it used to be. I can't press down on this thing as well as I used to be able to. There's like a valve in it, and I think the rubber's getting hard. I need to pull this thing apart and basically service the entire thing. Yeah, sometimes, because this thing, like the inside of this thing gets full of little specks of solder. By the way, the amount of solder that I had left over when I desoldered this whole thing, it had some weight to it. It was like a couple grams or so. I don't know. I don't know weight measures all that well. It wasn't a pound, but it definitely had some girth to it. It was pretty weighty, the amount of solder that ended up getting pressed in and out of this thing. That was a lot of effort to get that solder out, and this hurts. I probably would be good at this point to start looking at those solder suckers, the ones that have the 2 pistons in them, just so that I can formulate a good opinion about them. And if something like this comes up again, I won't fucking kill myself. This thing worked, right? This worked really, really well. And if I were just a normal person trying to clean out a keyboard, maybe occasionally I do a solder project, I would be perfectly happy to not upgrade from this, because this is a good piece of kit. This thing works really well. And it's cheap. I mean, it was $30 for this thing, right? $30 to $40. Yeah, see, that's kind of full of stuff, but the valve looks okay. Valve looks okay. Looks like there's nothing wrong with it. I may need to just get, like, some grease in here. New grease. Who dis? The dice might save your life. Let's see here. How's that? Is it just... Oh, I see. That's what that snap ring is. Is that also a valve? Because I cleaned shit off of this thing. Yeah, I don't know. Seems okay. Everything in here seems okay. I may need to clean it out, though. I don't know what kind of grease they used, but... yeah, it's just having a lot of trouble... like, advancing and stuff. Oh, boy. I kind of want to be kind to my rubber in here, but I can't get it out otherwise. Ugh. All right, I'll look at that later. Now I got grease all over my hands. Yeah, but I got real intimate with this fucking thing while trying to figure out, well, while trying to clean the board off. Once all that stuff was gone, I took the shitty Q-tips and, well, actually, I bathed it in alcohol first, wiped it off. That didn't do anything. Melted solder and gin forms a super bond. There's no more gin. It's all gone. None of the stuff. I cleaned all the keys. The keyboard itself didn't. I wiped that off ahead of time. There's no more gin now in the process. We can stop talking about. Anyway, I used this stuff. Basically orange flavored acetone with the shitty Q-tips that aren't renewable, and got all of the flux off of this thing. All the flux off. So I cleaned out the solder, got rid of the flux, both sides. The sides looking a little rough. And then did another alcohol bath for the whole thing because it felt a little sticky. Sometimes with the swabs and acetone, it'll just spread out the flux. There'll be like a little residual flux on it, and then the board feels a little sticky. So I did an alcohol bath, wiped it off. So that is clean. This thing is as clean as I think I can get it. There's still some areas of some schmutz, just some stuff. I don't think I'm really gonna be too concerned with them. It does look a little weird, huh? There's like little cloudy spots on it. I don't know. Anyway, this is ready to go. Wash this off. It's ready to go. The keys, they're gonna look dirty. It doesn't matter. Ready to go. Ready to go. Ready to go. Ready to go. Looked up videos on the internet. Looked up videos on the internet about lubricating your keys, and they're dubious at best. Like the guy that I watched was talking about lubricating the spring with a specific kind of grease with a brush in a particular way to reduce the amount of noise that the spring makes in the key, in the plastic key. I don't know, guys. The whole dielectric grease thing that I was gonna do to try to give the keys a little bit of lubrication. I think it's stupid. I think it's not necessary. I think it's kind of stupid. I think these guys are splitting hairs in terms of the functionality of their keyboards. I mean, yeah, tossing some grease in there might make it sound a little bit less plastic on plastic, but it's a fucking keyboard, guys. Like, where's our mechanical mice? How come you don't care about that? We got the same Omicron switch in every single fucking mouse on the planet. Clicky clicky, nobody cares. You know? Mechanical keyboard people are just as bad as audiophiles and things. I believe it. I believe it now, considering some of the videos that I saw. So I'm not going to do dielectric grease. I don't give a shit about that. We don't need that. What we're going to do is we're going to reassemble this thing. Now, I am going to keep my springs lubricated. There'll be a little bit of oil inside of the thing. I don't think that's really going to do anything. It's not really going to help anything. It's not really going to harm anything, you know? Plastic on plastic is what these were designed for, so. Looks like he's cooking. Yeah, they got the cooking bowls. So what's my order of operations here? Putting things back together. We can reassemble 104 buttons. And then I put them through this into this. I think that's what I need to do, right? So do we need to do another pile of parts thing? I'm going to be so pissed off when I put all this back together and it turns out the controller is just straight up busted. After all that fucking work, right? If this controller is dead, I'm gonna be so angry. It's a Sonics microcontroller, I think. It's been through a lot. I think it should be okay. It's just, oh boy. And the good thing is they at least labeled the direction of the LED on the top of the board. There's a little triangle by the LED part, which tells me what direction it goes in. The LED is a diode, and so you've got a bar and an arrow going into the bar, and then the bar is negative. So if the arrow is going into the bar, if they give you just the arrow, negative, you know what side is the cathode. Test it with tweezers. These are connected. They're normally closed until you press the button, I believe. I might be wrong about that. Hold on. Are these NC or NO? I think there's an NC, yeah. What chip is he using? See if I can get another one. Are they NO? I thought they were NC. SN8F22E 88B FG. Putting 8s and Bs next to each other is completely fucking annoying. That should be a crime. SN8F22E 88B FG. BFG. Is that a bespoke keyboard controller? They are normally open. An STM04F and put a QMK on it. I don't know. I don't want to get that deep into fucking keyboards. I just want my keyboard back. I don't want to get that far into keyboard. That's what I'm thinking is the clock. There's label on the clock. The clock would be the thing that would die because the clock has an air hole in it. And having been submerged so many different times, the clock is probably the primary culprit. The thing that really annoys me is these chips operate at like they love to be super low power, and it's like I don't need you to be super low power. I would rather you be a high power switch and not need constant refurbishing when I spill shit on it. I know it's like a little hedonistic of me, but man, if I get like a drop of water anywhere near this thing, the whole keyboard shuts off. It's out of the question. It's out of the question is why not just don't spill stuff on your keyboard. How about you shut the fuck up? How about that? Because it's an inevitability. Yeah, I want an electrical arc every key press. And maybe like a transformer hum. Don't you D me. You know I'm right. You know what I'm about. Fuck you. All right, let's put some keys back together. I gotta do 104 of these fucking things. Let's get started. I'm gonna assemble the keys first because I think that'll make it easier. :D is happy, D: is whatever. If I'm angry, it's because of you. This is gonna be the worst part, is fishing the springs out because they're all coiled in each other and covered in oil. Spring. Button. Facing the right direction. All right, I got to do a lot of these, so let's just get started. And then Cherry has to face the right direction, huh? Maybe I should assemble the top first, because that just fucked me over. Yeah, maybe the top gets assembled first. Man, I really hope I have enough of these. If I've got, like, stuff left over, it's going to be a little weird. That's it. That's one key done. Seems pretty good. At least it rebounds properly now, right? Yeah, one of those plastic sheets over the keys. I really don't want to do that. I did conformal coating at one point on the circuit board, and that worked out pretty well for a little while. Eventually that one bit the big weenie in the sky, though, as they typically do. The excess oil off of there. So this is just a little bit of inox. It's just a little bit of a light lubricant. So this faces the non-LED side. So it's like this. And these have had overnight to dry, so. Button, button, button. Oh man, this is gonna be a process today, huh? This is gonna be a process today. Welcome to Factory Day. Huh? What did I do? Backwards? Backwards. At least they only go together one way. Just wanted to say what? You didn't say anything. You just let it hang. Now, I got to test each individual one of these to make sure that there's no like binding sugary liquids on anything. It's easier to do it this way. Oh boy, start counting in your head. We're doing another podcast. I get to sit here and do this repetitively over and over again. Oh, Factory Day? Factory Day is a very dangerous day. Shit, fuck that one up twice. Okay, here we go. Like that. My springs are lubricated. I don't know what that's gonna do. Next. If I had like 3 other people here. Oh, fuck. I gotta find that. Don't leave any of the parts behind. I only have enough. I don't have extras. If I had a couple people here, we could at least have factory, you know, done a little assembly line with these things. Might make it a little faster. None of it's really that necessary, so we're just gonna sit here and assemble keys. One after the other. I should have maybe started this earlier today. And then I could have fired up stream and been partially done with this step. All right, take it easy, chat. Take it easy. You guys lighten up a little bit. Is that correct? No, it's the other way around. Man, I got to get that faster. The problem is, from doing all of the other steps, my hands are already kind of like claws, so... Here, let's just back you guys out. So you guys can see me slave away at this stupid work. The preamble. Got a weird music stuck in my head. This times 1,000,000 repetitions. And before you know it, you're done. All right. Anybody got a podcast topic to talk about? While I slowly develop a faster way to do all this. I'm not doing like an extensive inspection of these anymore. When I took them apart, I took a good look at what they had going on, and a lot of them just look new. So I don't have too much to worry about with these. Most of the liquid stuff that penetrated this only got to the clip sections of the of the button. So I'm lucky in that none of the fizzy lifting drinks got all the way in. These are pretty good. Pretty good. I needed to do this for a while. These Code keyboards I'll own for like years and years, right? The previous keyboard I had for I think 6 years, and it worked perfectly. Right up until it just gave up and died. And I think I probably could have refurbished my way out of that like I am with this one. I don't know what I did with the old keyboard. I should probably do this with those old keys, the old cherry clears that it had. But this is something that I've kind of wanted to crack this this egg for quite a while, just to see what it's going to take to fully refurbish the keys. Now, if the controller's dead, I'm going to be angry. I might be able to source another Sonics chip. It's probably the clock, if anything else. I don't think it lost controller code, because, I mean, this thing died in real time, like in front of me. It stopped pressing keys slowly, and then it just completely gave up. I don't know what that's a symptom of. I guess we'll find out. I'm getting oil all over my hands. Oh, well, at least it's pretty benign oil. Just gotta start leaving fingerprints on stuff if I don't unoil my hands. This looks like fun. It's fun if you haven't been previously, you know, ripping all this stuff apart and your hands are not claws. What lubricant do you use for plastic on plastic? Well, it's not made for it, really, but I'm using Inox MX3. This thing is fine for plastics. Safe for plastics, enamels, fiberglass, neoprene seals, and paints. This is like your WD-40, but it doesn't dry up. I'll just keep this on camera. You know, they're not sponsoring me in any way, shape, or form, but you know, read about that stuff recently, and I wanted to give it a try. So that's what I'm using with the springs. That's the only lubricant that I'm doing. Plastic on plastic is perfectly fine for these things. There's no rubbing, like hard rubbing surfaces on these. There's no mechanical interface, you know, surfaces. Very light button and everything, and you know, maybe there's a little bit of plastic wear on that thing, but I mean, that's a slippery plastic, and you know, that's got a pretty smooth mold to it. I'm not really concerned. The mechanical keyboard community is a bunch of psychotic assholes. They're insane. You know, there was talk of, well, you put a little bit of the lubricant here on the post that the plastic fits into, and then that helps guide it in there and quiets it down, and you know, lubricate your springs so you don't hear that spring noise when you're pressing the key. Are you people hearing spring noises when you press the keys of your keyboard? I'm not. The only time you're going to hear that is if you've got a buckling spring, and that's because the spring is literally slamming its ass up against the side of the keyboard body. It's like, man, I don't know. These Cherry MX clears make no noise. The only noise that you're really getting is the bottoming out of the plastic on the base platen. And in order to combat that, is put a braces rubber band on the key itself, and then your rubber band slams down on the top of this thing. That's a little bit quieter. I was wondering if you could put little pieces of foam at the bottom of this thing and really quiet it down naturally. It's so stupid though. You don't need it, like, and especially the snake oil sellers in the community saying this is our specially formulated grease that's designed to. No, you just got an off-the-shelf grease and you decided to talk it up like a snake oil salesman. The only real purpose for the lubrication that I've got the springs sitting in is water displacement. These are not fancy springs. They're not coated. They might, no, they look like mild steel. They look like mild steel springs, and I don't want any moisture around them. So I'm putting them in here covered in basically like a surface water displacement lubricant. You think lubing is a good idea, but for the wrong reasons? I think that, yeah, they've got the wrong reasons. I think having this stuff in oil going into there means that I'll get a little bit of an oily interior to that thing, and it's going to displace water. That's mainly what I'm trying to do. I don't want rusty springs inside of my keys. I don't even know if these would rust though. Now I have seen like brass coated or copper, not copper, brass, or it might be gold plated springs in these things. Like for the ones where you can see through the key, and so you wanna be able to see a fancy spring inside of it. I guess that's all right, but yeah, I don't. These look like a very mild steel, and so my concern is that the liquids, what got me into this situation, might promote rust. And actually, that was happening with the LEDs. Is there was rust on the leads for the LEDs. I almost considered putting dielectric grease in the LED portion of the key. There's a big hollow section in the key where the LED goes through. It's just this big open hollow place. It's like thinking about shoving some dielectric grease in there so that the next time this happens, because there will be a next time, the next time this happens, it doesn't rust my LEDs. Rust my IEDs. I've had to reverse engineer rusty IEDs. Believe it or not, the metal in electronics can rust. It can corrode in all kinds of ways. Especially if it's exposed to lots of carbon very quickly. And it removes all of the conformal coats on the outside in a couple milliseconds. Yeah, these are going together pretty good. I just got to do it. Chat is up on the other screen, so I actually have to like move my body to see you guys. So I'll check back in with you in a minute. I'm gonna keep rambling about bullshit until a significant portion of the work is done. Because yeah, this is just fine work. This would be better work for children. I'll get some kids to, hey, you want to do something fun? I need you to assemble keys. Put my keyboard back together. Make it work. I need it to work. Yeah, see, there's like rust around the leads down there. I gotta get this done. This is like the special part of my dumb brain where if I start something like this, I have to finish it. And I needed to give Chad a little closure on this thing too. And I want my keyboard back. I want my keyboard back. Huh, a little corrosion on the back end of that. Ah! Got it. Interesting. Little bit of corrosion back there. Should be okay though. Copper takes a long time to form a patina anyway. All right, let me sit up here a little bit. Small hands job required, yeah. Is WD-40 non-conducting? Should be. Move your body. You know, I should be doing this on a treadmill. Father should do bespoke keyboard builds where he describes why half of the stuff he's doing is stupid bullshit. I would love that. Just do a complete disassembly of the hobby. Like those curly Q fucking cables that they use. That's a fashion statement. They use these curly Q cables and headphone connectors to connect their keyboards, and that just gets it gets my goat. I do not like it. I don't like that much bulk surrounding my my desk setup. But that's purely preferential. I can't fault anybody for doing that. Purely preferential. Same thing with like programmers having these like severely reduced number of keys in their setups. How many function keys do you have to hit in order to put a tilde onto the code you're editing? Unless they use like advanced macros or something like that, or they're programming for Macintoshes where nothing really matters. I don't know. Maybe they program in Python and all they need is a tab key. Gotta look good at the cafe though. He's a programmer. Look at his weird keyboard. It has one key and the rest are function keys. One button and 17 function keys. He programs with a series of switches. wired to a pegboard. I punch cards for him. What are you guys talking about? They're all for debugging you? Ha 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 ha. Do those people not use Vim? Power up by propane. Those are good to connect split keyboards together. I think they're too bulky. I understand the crinkle cable because it takes up, you know, it reduces its own footprint. The buyer requested that I lube the stabilizers, which is stupid, but he's paying for it. Yeah, I know, right? I mean, I guess I could test the keyboard before putting them all together, but... Did you play Back 4 Blood beta? Yes. It takes place in Pennsylvania. I wrote on the little survey when I played it last week. I wrote on the little survey that I really appreciate that they got Pennsylvania skies correct. And that's not really all that much of a regional thing here, right? Okay, if I lost that spring, I'm going to be real pissed off because I thought I heard something behind me. I had the spring. I think it landed back in this thing. I think it did. I'm not terribly confident, but I'm pretty sure that it didn't go very far. If I'm missing a spring, we're going to have an emergency protocol here where and I have had to do this before, where, you know, you look at the area very carefully where you're about to step, and then step there. But yeah, anyway, Back 4 Blood. I'm really excited about that game. I think that's going to be an extremely fun game. It takes place in PA. They got the PA skies correct, and the people who make the game appear to know a thing or two about guns, at least from a cursory standpoint. Obviously, they still have to make it a game. They can't make it a simulator. A lot of the stuff in there is really well done, and the RPG elements of it are pretty cool. RPG, it's like cards. I don't know what that's going to play out to be like, but I think it's going to be a legitimately fun, like really fun game. I hope there's going to be as much of like a community as Left 4 Dead, because there were so many like cool mods and stuff for Left 4 Dead, like game types and stuff like that. I hope whatever they've programmed, whatever engine they're using, is good for all that stuff. All right, what are we farting about? Something happened that I missed? No, nothing's happening. At times I wish I had F13 to F24 keys. Keyboards, accessories. Something ain't right with that boy. Anyway, I do reckon. Yeah, it's just this. This is my life for the next probably hour. It's probably going to take me an hour to get through these. You guys all want to go get a sandwich? Now would be the time. I haven't eaten anything today. I think I'm going to make spaghetti when the stream is done. I got some thin spaghetti. I got some generic canned pasta sauce. Just gonna take it easy as possible. And then my friends are gonna harangue me about Back 4 Blood. They're gonna want to play, which is fine because I'm gonna want to play too. They're already playing it like today. It's like I don't know. Their jobs let them do that. Just like, hey, let's play a game in the middle of the afternoon. All right, some of the springs being caught in one another is it's gonna get old fast. I'll be happy to get this back together. I mean, if it still sucks, I guess I need to look towards either replacing the chip, the clock, or I don't know, doing my own thing with it. I don't want to make this into a mutant, and I don't want to make this into too much of a project. This wasn't even supposed to be a project at all. Here I am with a fully fucking disassembled keyboard. This is just where life takes you sometimes, you know? Sometimes life will take you in a weird direction. You find yourself reassembling a keyboard in front of hundreds of people. In front of hundreds of people. Look at all those peepos. Wow. Gonna make some burgers? Hell yeah. Farts are funny? They are funny, and I'm tired of pretending different. Or I'm tired of pretending they're not. Yeah, look at this. Some of these have some weird marks on them. Like, what happened there? A little bit of corrosion. It's like a high voltage flare up, but it's a keyboard. Like, where's the high voltage come from? I don't know. I'll just scrape it off with these tweezers that are covered in oil. That's a little weird. I shouldn't have done that with the tweezers. Oh well. All right, let's get a spring for this. Hardest part is getting the springs out of this cluster of springs. Ain't gonna rust. Not on my watch. I gotta see if I got ground beef. I don't know if I want meat sauce with the pasta. Probably do. But it's not thawed, so that's gonna be tough. I just put a slab of frozen beef on a pan. Just heat it up so the outside is scorched, and then the inside is still raw. Ugh. I still have pulled pork from the other day. That's getting old. I should have probably frozen it. I don't really want to do pulled pork on pasta though. That's a little decadent for me. It would use up some of that pulled pork though. That was a big piece of meat. That was like a giant pork shoulder, and unfortunately I didn't trim enough of the fat off. I scorched it on the grill and then did the crock pot and got it. At first shot, it was not fully cooked, I think, and so we left it in a little longer. It had a tough time shredding, though. Been meaning to get a smoker for quite a long time. Smoking it would have been the ideal thing to do. We don't have a charcoal grill, though. We got propane. Propane and propane grilling. That's what we got. But yeah, if I could get like a little pellet smoker to put on the grill, just like use it as my chamber to smoke stuff, that'd be pretty cool. My brother did this. He has some such barrel-shaped grill, and he had some such grill-shaped smoker, and so he cut a square out of the grill that he liked, and then he cut the smoker, the pellet smoker unit, out of the pellet smoker, and then he riveted the two together. And so he has this pellet smoker attached to a grill. He did a Thanksgiving turkey with that. It wasn't that great. The Thanksgiving turkey wasn't that great. But, I mean, if I could turn that into a smoker. The other option is to get one of those little square, like filing cabinet shaped ones, because that would fit on the limited space that I have on the deck. But the egg is totally out of the question. They're way too expensive. Too fragile, too expensive, too big, too weird. They might be a little overrated. I don't know. Do you guys think that the egg is overrated? I'm not looking at chat, so I'm not getting that feedback right now. This would be, you guys are looking into my thought process when you're not around. Me just thinking about random shit all day. And food. One of the problems with smoking at a grill is keeping the smoke in. Yeah, Dewey had a good article about all the stuff you could do to the burners of the grill, the gas grill, in order to make it into a smoker. But yeah, the thing is, like, I'm not sure. I have one of those and I hate it. It only works when connected to an app, and it refuses to connect, so can only use it in pre-program mode. I am in an RF nightmare zone. This is like my worst fucking fear. They're going to be turning off the 3G network soon around here. I will no longer be able to be a functioning member of society. AT&T sent me a new phone, actually, because of this. A new phone and a new SIM card, and I'm going to have to switch SIM cards. I looked it up on eBay. This is a $30 phone, so it's not even worth me selling. But this thing does, I think it does 4G. It doesn't do 5G. My phone does 4G. It doesn't do 5G. I don't know if I'm going to stumble over myself to get a 5G phone, but AT&T is going to turn off 3G, which I don't even know if I'm using it. It doesn't tell me when I'm using 3G, but I live in an RF fucking nightmare zone, right? Like, I had to get a repeater, and AT&T doesn't even sell those fucking cell phone repeaters anymore. I might be able to get like a 5G like cell phone booster, and maybe it'll boost like well. If I could get like a 5G booster that will send 4G to my phone, I don't know how that works. Landline time. No, I don't do landlines. Nobody does. Nobody does. I don't know what I can do about that. I may just get an HTC, because I like HTC, right? That's the phone that I have. I've got an HTC 10. I think AT&T thinks I have the previous version, like the HTC One. I think AT&T thinks I have an HTC One, and that's why they sent me that new phone. So I'm gonna have to update and upgrade all that stuff. I gave up AT&T since they charged me for roaming in the valley. Ah, damn. Yeah, we just live in like a black hole. Master built smoker. Look at that thing. That looks pretty good. It's only $200. $200 for a bunch of folded sheet metal. Bunch of folded sheet metal and some oven racks. But damn, you could do some good stuff with that. You could do some good stuff with that. Yeah, I might grab that. Watching you over landline DSL right now. Holy crap, CFG 83 is the boomeriest of us all. That's amazing. The only thing that could really top that for us would be a cradle modem. 9600 baud. You can whistle into the receiver and send weird shit to people. I'm always annoyed by those videos that are like, watch a Generation Z kid try to use a rotary phone, ha ha ha. And it's like, bro, like, those things suck. Like, rotary phones suck. The only reason they exist is because there was an actual thing that rotated at the switch station. And as you were clicking to the different things, the clicks would be controlling a physical piece of switch gear that would switch the line to whatever routing that you needed it to be. Those are really fun to watch, but it's like antiquated technology, and the knowledge to use it is, I don't know, there's a certain thing about like laughing at people for not knowing how to use something that's so obsolete, you know? Like, as much as I love to reference cradle modems and stuff like that, it's like I don't expect somebody to know what they are. I'm not going to judge them. Yeah, I might have to get that smoker that Fat linked. That's a pretty decent looking one. Ah, somebody subbed in the middle of my factory job. What the hell? Woodus, how you doing? This is my code keyboard, by the way. It met a fun fate with Slojan. It got some alcohol in it, and then it was left powered on with alcohol in it. So we're doing a little bit of a factory process. I was up late last night washing out all of the keys and stuff, and now I'm reassembling it. The only lubricant that I have is on the springs, and I was just using it as water displacement because I don't trust those springs to not rust. Woodus 43, welcome to the board. Woodus is the one with the computer that we were building, by the way. We should build a robot that puts these together for us. Yeah, that probably exists. Where did Woodus end up? Oh, a nice little open area by Schmide and the Hawk. And I want to die all the time. Good names, good names, good names. You can dial the phone by clicking the hang up. Yeah. No, not the acoustic coupler. Is that what those are called? That's pretty cool. You set a temp and a time, and that thing does the rest. Like, if you got... Fatanon knows a thing or two about smoking, but Woodus knows quite a few things about smoking. Meats. That man knows a good cut of meat. I'll tell you what. Amazonian Walrus is the best name. Yeah, he's cool. I like Walrus. He hangs out here every now and then. So yeah, I got 104 keys to assemble because my dumbass spilled a bunch of shit in the keyboard, and so I did a whole refurbish of the thing while I'm at it, of splitting all these keys apart and then bathing them in alcohol, putting them in a strainer, cleaning them off, making sure the alcohol had a rose tint to it when I was done because of the shit that was in them. None of the liquids got into the chamber with the actual switch in it though. I've inspected them all. None of the liquid got all the way in, but it did get to some of the outlying plastic surfaces and some of the plastic surfaces that were meant to get up close to one another. And so now I've got to reassemble the whole thing. We're gonna do that, and then if we got time left, which I'm hoping we do, I hope this doesn't take the whole stream. I would like to take apart the other Lone Star's recorder thing. Take a look inside of that. I don't know if we'll get to it today. I don't think I'm going to stream tomorrow. I've had a marathon of 3 days of streaming in a row. I don't know how any sane person can do that to themselves. I'm excited to play some Back 4 Blood, though. I don't know. I don't know if people will be around this weekend. I think one of our group is out this weekend, so... But I really want to play that game, and I'd love to play that game with my normal fucking keyboard. God damn it. So that's part of what's going on here, is that I'm trying to get my equipment back up to snuff. Beep, beep, beep. Smoking the meats. I'm a meat smoker. Hello, yes, hi. I like to smoke the meats. Have they given you any updates on that computer yet? Where the ultimate lesson was maybe we should have tested all the hardware before jumping into the build. I want that thing to work. It's like, it couldn't be any less complicated though. It's a 3090 and a motherboard with a processor in it, right? Oh, you did get updates. All right, I'll have to check later. How are they RMAing the 3080 that you bought from a different place? Are they able to do that? Because we threw that cooler in the... I didn't throw the cooler, but the cooler was thrown into the corner with wanton abandon. Anonymous gifter given 5 subs. I went to Oh Sorry, Mika Powell, Azazelzin, Initialo, and Phenom. You guys have difficult names to figure out. 5 gifted subs. Hey, thank you, Anonymous. You're interrupting my factory process here. We got to make this into a big pile of keys. Nobody throws a cooler into the into the corner. Not on my watch. Hey, let's put those names up on the board. Getting oil all over my disc. Oh my God, there they go. Damn, those placed quickly. Man, sometimes it'll struggle for like a second because it's starting to get full. Other times, instant. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Anonymous. Anonymous. Oh, we got a novel. Board kept frying. They burnt through 3 Dark Hero boards trying to figure it out. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. I gotta move the camera before I get to this. It kept frying the board? Oh yeah, all these names are short. I'm not really gonna be able to get away from the board. Great. They're gonna replace it with a similar but gigabyte board. The pump wouldn't run from that board. Works on the other one. They pulled the 3080 Ti apart and it was cooked due to the MOBO and no pump working. How long did they power it up for? You know, it takes a little while to get to a thermal load on such a big block of copper, or whatever it is, copper or aluminum or whatever that substrate is. And they just kept frying it because the pump wouldn't come on. Oh my God. Yo, if I was doing tech on that thing and I was leaving it on for that long, I mean, I guess, you know, hey, they blew it up, they can replace it. But man, I would have at least plugged the pump into a permanently powered fan connector. Resoldering! Welcome to the board. Mobo no pump. Since the card was cooked by the parts they sold me, they replaced it 100%. That's cool. But you're gonna get a different motherboard? See that? The fact that your Asus board burnt up that much, I've got this ROG Strix B550i gaming sitting on the mill. Ben Mill, welcome to the board. This guy right here, this little guy right here. Is that gonna burn up? Am I gonna have that problem with that board? Because that's going into my computer next. Oh, we got a big collision there. Initialo killing Paragon Ghost. Yeah. Should there be boiling? Did you put seltzer water in the reservoir? Why is it boiling? It's a different method of state change cooling. Active passive state change cooling. They're trying to find a 3080 Ti or a 3090. If you end up getting, if you end up getting a 3090 out of this, that would be pretty sweet. That'd be pretty sweetles. But yeah, I've got the B550 ready to go. I have concerns. I have concerns now after your experience. This little chunk of computer ready to go, but I don't know. Nice computer. I'm going to be putting that into my main computer at some point when I can, you know, gird my loins. 3090 is the 3080 Ti with more memory. Huh. We know folks who've had good luck with them. I think Jacose also got his dad a new computer, and he used that same Mobo. And I made sure that the RAM I got was compatible, but it is super duper fast RAM. So I might run into some troubles with that. Here's something I learned, chat, that I never knew before. First of all, that, what's the place's name again? Goomba's cheesesteak is okay. It's a decent cheesesteak. And also, I learned that the memory clock isn't automatically set in the computer. I thought it was. Apparently, you need to go into the BIOS and make sure that your RAM is properly configured. I thought that just happened automatically. So I think my computer, even the one that I'm using right now, is not utilizing the RAM in its ideal way. I don't know. I see. So the same board for the water block. I need better documentation of that because I have a 6900 XT water block, which I bought. I knew I shouldn't have bought it. I did anyway because I wanted to kind of like figure out layout for a water cooling setup. I got a 6900 XT block, but I don't know what circuit boards are out there. If everyone is using the reference circuit board or if there are different versions of the board of the PCB out there that I need to be careful of. Because if, you know, if the MOSFETs are in a different location, you know, I'm screwed. That's what I'm scared of. That was supposed to go with that motherboard, but what I'm doing is I think I'm going to wait another generation of graphics cards instead of going with NVIDIA. Every key I gotta reassemble individually. You guys are here because I'm in computer parts purgatory having to do this task. That's why we're doing this today. Otherwise we'd be taking apart that thing the other Lone Star sent in. But I don't want to store this any longer because these parts are going to go every which, you know, there's more. The longer this remains disassembled, the more of a chance that I will have missing parts on this. This has got to get done. I'm sorry, I'm not reading chat as much right now because I gotta like do this stupid thing. Yeah, hey, you want to get into keyboards? This is what it is. This is what keyboards is. Sitting here with 600 different individual parts and reassembling them. See if I can do this any faster, but I don't think I can. I'm gonna read chat. I'm gonna read chat. Give me 1 sec. I should have probably been doing this morning. I could have gotten a good head start on it. Pewter parties purgatory. Yeah. Pewter parts purgatory. I never use stock BIOS settings. I guess I shouldn't. It's not like I write down the specs of the RAM and stuff. I'm not good at memorizing this stuff. I don't like memorize all the parts that go into my computer. But for the most part, like, motherboard settings have been plug and play, but I guess they're not automatic. They don't automatically go in there, know exactly what's what. So I've been robbed of potential RAM speed. That's all right. I got a motherboard upgrade ready to go. It's got all the bits and bobs. Got all the solid state drives. God, I'm so glad we don't have to deal with the hard drive cables anymore. But yeah, once I can get all that stuff into the case, I'll be good. The only thing is, like, the graphics cards are 40 millimeters longer, which means it doesn't fit in the case that I built. So I have a 300 millimeter case, and these are 340. It's technically 320 from end to end. So I got 20 millimeters that I can't do anything with. There's been a lot of pictures on Reddit recently in the past, like, day of people cutting the fronts of their cases out in order to fit 3080s. Which, actually, that happened back when people started getting 10 series cards. Was that they were so long that people were cutting out sections of the front of their case in order to fit the graphics card. That dates all the way back to, like, Voodoo 3 days. I remember people cutting stuff out to fit their Voodoo 3. I'm a dinosaur. At least these feel good now. All right, I'm going to assemble a couple more and I'm going to read chat. Try not to leave you guys in the way. Nope. Let go of the other spring. Ah, god damn it. I don't want to touch these with my hands because I don't want to get grease all over my hands. Well, grease, oil. There you go. Damn it. And then I immediately get it on my hands. It has been laundry day for the past week, and I'm finally in fully clean clothes. I'm so happy right now. I don't smell. It's been a little bit of a marathon there for me not doing laundry. Voodoo cards, yeah. Back to work. All right, see you, Woodus. Thanks for stopping by, man. Up at 2:08, 2:09. I'm like a minute late. Set the XMP profile? What's... I don't know anything about these computers these days. What is the XMP profile? Is that just like a MOBO thing? You know, I hearken back to a day where we used a pencil to enable overclocking. And I haven't done much with computers since then. I got kind of a groove on. Did consoles for a little while. Just because the computer upgrade race was always annoying to me. Expensive and annoying. But in the end, it was good to get away from consoles. Once I had the money for the constant upgrade rat race that are computers. Also, I got back into building them, which is really the fun part for me. Believe it or not, this is actually kind of fun to me. What we're doing today, reassembling. I mean, it is tedious. It is the very definition of tedium. But what this means is that I know exactly the state of my keycaps, and I know what they can handle, and I know what I know what's in them. I know what they're doing. I know what they're up to. What are you doing over there, keycaps? This is a little bit too fiddly for average, like, usage of these things. I'm not doing anything special. I'm not replacing the springs or anything like that. It turns out if you want to replace the springs on your keyboard, you got a lot of disassembly to do. I don't know if you need to desolder, but in order to get to those clips, in order to undo the mechanisms of these keycaps, you got a lot of work to do, especially if you've got a metal plate on your keyboard like I do. If you want to just swap out, you just swap out the springs. Yeah, while you're at it, you might as well do every other upgrade that you want to do, because you got to disassemble this thing back to component parts in order to get into these Cherry MX switches. Now, other switch types probably have different mechanisms, but the Cherry MX has 4 clips on the outside, around the outside, 4 clips, and when you undo those clips, it basically opens up. It just splits in half. You don't need a special tool for it, but given the volume of keys that you need to go through, it would help to 3D print a little keycap separator. A very easy tool. Shortlurker linked it in one of the Discord channels. Basically, you just put the key on top of this little frame and then you push it down and it separates completely. That'll save your fingertips from becoming like mine. My old dried up fingertips. Does the grease taste better with the flux? Probably. I had to wash my face off again yesterday because I used so much spray alcohol that the flavor got into my beard. The beard is a flavor saver that does not discriminate. If it gets splattered with rubbing alcohol that you're spraying onto a big flat board, it'll keep it. There are not really any other switch types other than Toper. Buckling spring, Cherry MX, Toper. I think there's 1 or 2 others. I forget what they are, but there are also like hybrids between them too. Back in my day, I had to set jumpers on Mobos. I had a bin full of jumpers. You'd always run out of jumpers too, right? And as soon as I got a bin of jumpers, they were obsolete. Switch types that are actively used. Yeah, well, buckling spring would be great. I think we were saying last stream, yesterday, Jesus Christ, that, yeah, there are, oh shit, Woodus has been subbed for 34 months. I didn't see that a minute ago. Yeah, we were saying last stream that there is a company that is actually making buckling spring. I think that's pretty cool. Buckling spring, I mean, that'll turn you into a real man. I'm getting grease all over my hand. I forgot that the tweezers were in grease, and now my hand is full of grease. I'm gonna get a paper towel. Get a paper towel that I can degrease myself with. Yeah, there's also the chiclet switches. What are you beeping at me for? Oh, Jesus Christ! Why can't my glucose level go down today? I've been hyperglycemic for more than 24 hours, and I'm not a happy boy. I haven't even eaten today. Jesus Christ! All right, well, I gotta fix that glucose level. That's part of why I'm kind of so bent right now. I took some Advil earlier. All right, back to the grind. Back to the grind, folks. Thanks for hanging out with me during the grind. I have to get this done. This is one of those have to get done projects where, like, everything is kind of hinging on this. By everything, I mean probably nothing. I probably could have left the derelict keyboard by the wayside. This is actually one of those projects where you gotta weigh the whole time is money thing that a lot of people, I don't know, a lot of people like to take the joy out of life by leaning on that time is money gig. But this is definitely one of those moments because this is a lot of work. This is a lot of work to do a full refurbish of the internals of all the keys of this thing. It's 100 and some odd keys, and I could have spent $70 to get new keys, or I could have spent, I don't know, what is it, like a couple hundred to get a new keyboard, or I could just get a shitty keyboard and just live my life. But I had to do this because this is the more fun solution. But yeah, time is money. Hopefully the oil works with the switch mechanism. I hope it doesn't work against it. Bum, 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 bum. Good, we're good, we're good. I hope this thing springs back into life when I power it up again. Oh shit, those are full of oil. I keep forgetting about that. What's a little bit of oil between friends, right? Giggity. Okay, there we go. Get the spring. I like to press the spring up against the wall of the bowl to break the surface tension on the top and the bottom, because that'll carry too much oil with it. I don't mean for a ton of oil to get into this thing. I basically just want the spring to not rust. That's essentially the only function of the oil, is as water displacement. How you guys doing? What? What did I goldfish? Oh, touching the tweezers, yeah. I think keyboard should be able to double as a weapon. Yeah, I got that big metal plate in it. I want my switches to throw like a stiletto knife. Resist, 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 punch. Be like a hair trigger. I want all of my keys to fire like Sig Sauer triggers. P229 or bust. How'd you do that? How'd you do that mechanically? Like you'd need like an IBM Selectrix practically in terms of the amount of mechanism in order to make that happen. To have each key throw like a match trigger. I mean, it'd be way too much force for individual keys, but to get that feel. So much resistance gives you time to think about what you're... Yeah, maybe we'd have less shit posting on the internet if everybody's keys were weighted. You could think, man, maybe I don't want to spout this vitriol because it'll tire my arm out. It'll tire my poor fingers, what are responsible for putting 6 psi on each individual key press. And it beeps at me again almost immediately. What do you fucking want from me? What do you want from me? Yes, we're running out of insulin. I'm gonna have to top off this thing in a minute. Undo is just very high resistance. Control Z. Ah! It's gonna beep at me again in just a second here. My insulin pump is ready to throw fists because I'm almost out of insulin in the reservoir. When you run out of insulin, this pump screams at you, which I guess is kind of a noble cause. But there's no situation in which I'm running out of insulin that I'm not keenly aware of the fact. I know there's a lot of absent-minded diabetics, and I am certainly not absent-minded, but I feel like the fervor what this pump brings to the table in terms of running out of insulin and its warnings is misplaced. I am not seeing a lot of springs for the amount of hardware that I've got sitting to the side here. It's a little concerning to me. I think I got enough of them. I'm going to be very disappointed when I don't have enough springs for all these things. I don't think I misplaced any of the stuff. That or I'll be finding springs well into the next century. The fun part for this will be the soldering. That'll be the fun part. I've been like bathed in solder though the past couple days working on this. Well, the past day working on this thing, because it's been like finding out the methods for getting rid of stuff and then cleaning out all the vias and doing that stuff. That's all solder heavy. The spool is starting to look a little sparsely populated, so I may have to order myself another mythical spool of solder. Probably just buy the same stuff. I've liked this solder. It's pretty good. It's partially leaded. What is it about springs? Why are they such assholes? Yeah, you got all that kinetic energy, all that potential energy in them. They're just dicks. They're so annoying. You put two of them together and they get coiled in one another. Like, inevitably. Insulin to insulin pump. Yes. Not going Rojas? Nah, I don't, the unleaded solder is good. It is very, very good. I like what I'm using. I tried to choose unleaded solder. I just don't know if I'd get the right thing. There are formulations of the unleaded solder that are good. They do a great job. They're easy to work with. They go on clean. But partially leaded is good too. As I guess a hobbyist. Easier to work with and all that stuff. But if I was forced to use unleaded, I wouldn't mind. I'd be totally fine with it. Let's see here. That one goes like this. I'll sit up and I'll read what some of the chat's saying, because I know leaded solder is, people are talking. People be talking. That's what they do. That's the way it is. But I do have a lot of these to get through, so I need to actually get some progress before I lackadaisically read chat. Can't read chat. I got work to do. Got to do work. I should do a gaming stream and just play like Viscera cleanup detail. So I go from doing like repetitive work to doing repetitive work. I don't mind Viscera cleanup detail. Some of my friends love that game. I think something's broken in their brain, but you know, it is what it is. This is the same friend who also absolutely adores detailing cars. So it's a good what is it? Displacement? Disposition. There we go. It's a good disposition to have. All right, what do you guys say? I want that game in VR. That would actually, yeah, because the graphics aren't that intense. That could be a good one in VR. Everyone is always talking about the ideal spring. They can't live up to it and rebel. all this pressure on these springs causing them to be bad apples. Give me leaded or give me death. You get both, luckily. Highly functional dysfunction. Yeah, right? People also play Lawnmower Simulator. Is there a VR lawnmower game? Because I would do a stream of that. Those simulation games, can we just call them shovelware already? Or like German bait? German gamer bait? Because like, man, those are not finished games. I feel like you could make an algorithm produce them. Some of them are a little bit more feature heavy, but some of them are just straight up shovelware. I think Lawnmower Simulator was a little bit more comprehensive, if I recall correctly. But like some of the like fire truck simulators and stuff like that, it's like, geez, you guys, what is this? What is this? Is this a student project? Did you get a bad grade for this? I hope they did. I hope they got a bad grade. We played one of the construction simulators that had decent multiplayer. It was a nightmare. We got 3 players in the game just fine. And when the 4th enters, everything became lag soup. There were no evidence before that of anything that could get caught up at all, right? Everything was super smooth. 4th player joins, netcode just takes a piss on everything. It was amazing. A lot of sim games look like Student Project, but those are extremely detailed. Yeah, it'd be nice to be able to vet those out, right? Think you play a game when you're really remote controlling my lawnmower? Well, the problem is in simulator games, part of the simulator game is trying to break the simulator game. A la Goat Simulator, embracing that. Breaking a simulator game is always fun. That keyboard will be like new. That's sustainability. I do like the fact that I am able to get into this thing and refurbish it in the way that I have. My only concerns are some of the traces are scorched. Well, on the opposite side of the board. So that might not matter that much, but I don't know, it could have an effect. I've got some scorched traces. So the story behind this, Paul Planos, if you didn't know, if you weren't here earlier, is that I'm an indomitable fuck up. I was drinking a sugary fizzy drink with alcohol in it, and I spilled said sugary fizzy drink with alcohol in it on this keyboard, and it sat powered with sugary fizzy lifting drinks all over it. I did my usual, split it apart. Yeah, split it apart, wash it with alcohol a couple times. We had to do a lot of desoldering, a lot of resoldering. Got all the little bits of solder out of there. Everything is prepped and ready to go back together now, but man, that was a lot of fucking work. Usually if I spill something and I'm marginally conscious, boy, stumble over that one a little bit more, I will immediately split the keyboard apart, invert it, get all the liquid out, spray it with alcohol, and then leave it to dry overnight. And typically, I'm not drinking sugary drinks. I ran out of mixer. And I got into the Slogan, which is absolutely delicious. But, yeah, there are repercussions. There are repercussions. I even thought earlier in that night it would be really bad if I spilled something on my keyboard again. Because at one point I was filling the glass and it splashed onto the keyboard. And I was like, ooh, this is really bad. I hope I don't spill on my keyboard tonight. I'm dumb. All right, let's get through this. Let's get through this. The big pile's becoming smaller and the small pile's becoming bigger. As long as that continues to occur, we're in good shape. Does that feel right? Feels all right. That feels aight. Oh, I already got one of those. That's all right. The pile, it grows. Ever growing. Expanding. Ah, Jesus. La 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 la. All right, I'll re-chat in a second because I've run out of topics on my brain. My brain is just going from subject to subject right now. I'm liable to talk about anything. This is like more fiddly than I'd like it to be. Did you clean up every button with alcohol? I didn't do the keycaps, but yeah, these have been, that's why they're in individual bowls, is because they were washed. They were washed and then I put them in a strainer to get them out of there, and then I spread them out in front of the fan overnight. Headcanon, he spilled while playing bagpipes. What? Accepting donations of sippy cups. Wexo sent in a cup that has a suction cup on the bottom of it. The audacity. It's fine. Shit happens. It's important to know what you're up against when shit happens, because it's an inevitability. At least the way we live our lives, being so close to technology and needing to have a YouTube video going while you're eating food, there's an eventual outcome to that. And if you don't want to deal with it, buy a $35 keyboard, and when it gets particularly crusty, you just get another one. You just get another one. But that's not good enough for me. That's not good enough for me. I was considering that I would probably be able to upgrade. I'm getting oil all over me. I would probably be able to like upgrade the keys and do something special and fancy with it, like you know, get some dielectric grease inside of the keys, but that's not necessary. That's really not necessary.
That's overkill. I don't need no grease in my keys. I am allowing a little bit of the inox to be inside of the chamber with the electrical contact because, I don't know, maybe it'll displace water a little bit. I don't think this stuff dries up. This isn't like WD-40, so a little bit of extra lubricant in there can't hurt nobody. But it certainly isn't a necessity. Dielectric grease on all the plastic contacting surfaces. That's overkill. That's not going to do anything for you. It's going to make your key feel a little bit gummy. If you're okay with that, then that's fine. But the amount of resistance that the smooth plastic on plastic contact has on this is like negligible. One of the things that was quoted in the video that I saw was it would reduce spring noise, and I'm like, spring noise? Really? Wonder if there's some grease in the switch housing from factory. I don't think so. I think it's a dry switch. It's just plastic on plastic. No, I'm not doing an igloo bottle on my desk. Thanks to the igloo I spilled once at work in 10 years, and it was so little that nothing was damaged. It might be it's probably a decent idea, but I don't know. I'm not gonna be that guy with a water bottle. Get like those sports bottles where it feels like you get like a making out with a bottle in order to get any liquid out of it. Those Gatorade bottles with like the mouthpiece on the front. It feels like you gotta like tongue kiss it in order to get it to give you any Gatorade. Which, you know, I might be into, but I like to choose when that happens. Where the springs be at? There we go. My whole right hand is just oil. It's just oil. I got the oily hand, and then I got the not oily hand. I had to do this today, Chad. I'm sorry. I had to do it. It had to be done. We got more exciting stuff. We do. Also, this'll start to take off in a minute here. I'm almost through the keys, reassembling. Almost there. Told you it'd take about an hour. Probably could speed it up a little bit, but I just don't want to screw anything up. I have the propensity to screw this up pretty bad. I could put something in backwards if I'm not careful. I've only got so many parts, so I can't really go quickly through this. Each key individually tested. There may be a lot of fart noises, but I'm not going to do a shit job. It's going to sound like it. Oop, don't want to put that in backwards. I think you can't assemble these wrong. I don't think everything goes together if you do it wrong. What y'all talking about? Someone in chat should spend you Dear Google, how do I ban mods? How does I ban mods? Yeah, it'd be nice if these are a little bit more sealed. I wouldn't be in this predicament. Although it does seem like the liquid caused like a local corrosion. Liquid plus a little bit of power caused some kind of a half cell reaction. That's probably where I'm at with this. I got a bunch of these springs that are stuck together that I've been avoiding. Avoid the noid. Oh, I got one. Springs just fucking commingling all over the place. Man, get a room. Get a room, you springs. Oops, forgot to test it. Beep, boop, beep, pop, pop, pop. Cool. We're cool. We're cool. All right. Almost there. We're almost there. Just need to resurrect these things from their oily grave. Technically, one of these springs is on the top. Oh, I found it. Gotcha. They're not really tangled in each other. They're just kind of like laying on top of one another in a weird way that sort of binds them together. So I just need to pick the right one to undo all that binding. Should have used burger grease to grease these. I think that would have been appropriate. Just get a patty. Just kind of slather it on. Would have smelled good too. Yeah, like that. My hands are so greasy right now. It's disgusting. I'm gonna have to go wash up after this. Alright, almost there. I'll check up on you guys in just a sec. Chat's being quiet. They're up to something. You springs... There we go. Yeah, it's all about which spring you pick up first. That's how to get them apart. I say that, but then the exception to the rule is going to be the next one that I try. That's backwards. Yoink. Beep, beep, beep. Okay. You guys have been able to see what I'm doing, right? My big fucking head isn't in the way. It's not grease, it's beard oil. The last dab is too tasty. Imagine the smell after a few weeks. No, I will not. You guys can see all right? Okay, good. I was had a smidge too much hot sauce with dinner last night, and my stomach is making some scary noises today. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's tough. I had a shitty pizza. I said I would get a plain pizza. Three Mares reminded me about that. And I got it. I got it delivered from a new place. And I took a bite, and I was like, I don't like the sauce they use. The sauce is way too sweet and not tomatoey at all. It was bad. It was like a really cheap pizza. It was real bad. It was worse than office pizza. Office pizza. Like, how could you get any lower than that? It wasn't like, I don't know, like I wasn't about to cause a stink over it, you know? But it wasn't a good pizza. I will not be ordering from that place again. And that place pretty much only had pizza. Usually the pizza places around here have some combination of stuff they can do. But this place didn't even have hot wings. Although there's kind of like a wing shortage going on. So I didn't get hot wings. But man, their fries were like stadium low quality, not stadium. They were like movie theater fries. They were terrible. They were really, really bad. I will not be ordering from that place again. That wasn't very good food. The pizza was luckily rescued by copious amounts of garlic powder, chili flakes, onion powder, salt and pepper. Salt, pepper. Dun, 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 dun. I don't know. A not so great pizza is like it's like a curse. Like, now you got all this food, and it's just not that great. It's just not good. There's a lot of rust in that chamber. What's going on in here? Well, now there's a lot of oil in that chamber. Oh, well. Keycap goes in here. I got 2 left after this one. We're almost there, chat. We're almost there. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. We will have done it. There's a little bit of oil on the outside of a lot of these, but we're just going to have to live our lives with a little bit of oil. I guess I could have like drizzled. I could have done like, I Oh, no, I think that's gone. There was a balsamic reduction in the fridge. I could have drizzled that on there to try to spice it up a little bit. I could have done A1 too. I probably should have hit it with hot sauce. That would have been a good idea. Just slather that shit with sriracha. That's never a bad idea. Just cover. Like, this pizza's not that great. Sriracha, go! But I didn't feel like dealing with the repercussions of that. There's a lot you can do for a bad cheese pizza, but the crust wasn't very good. I have exactly the right number of parts. Hell yeah! I didn't lose a part during assembly. There's still time for me to lose a part. There's several seconds left where I could jettison a part into the atmosphere and never see it again. But I'm too thorough. You guys think I'm some doddering bobblehead idiot. Every time you assume that, an angel gets their wings. Exactly the right number of parts. Whew. You have exactly the right number of keys and LEDs. I'll show you. I'll show you. You want a worse curse than bad pizza? How about no pizza? That is not a curse. That is a horrible outcome of the results of your act. Look what the oil did to that one bowl. The one bowl has a tint to it because of all the oil in it. 1 hour, 30 minutes. Well, I wasn't going for time, but it's good to know. It took me probably a little over an hour off stream to disassemble all of those. So, you know, bide your time. What is an hour and 30 minutes worth to you? I need something to cut that grease. I think ammonia will do. Because that grease gets into the texture of everything. Oh, whoa, that was a terrible burp. Sorry, guys. It was a very wet burp. Windex is all the way across the shop. No, it's right over here. It's right over here. All right, let's get to the fun part of this. The soldering part. I'm not going to order another pizza tonight. I've ordered too much. I've got the place to myself, so I've been just like, delivery food, go! Haha! Look at me, I'm getting delivery food and using up all the dishes. I need to actually do the domestic tonight and I'm gonna make pasta and then I'll clean up the kitchen. Okay. Keyboard build speedrun, any percent, tool assisted. I always love tool assisted because it's like you could just program the controller to do a very specific sequence. And there's that Super Mario World sequence, or no, Mario 3 sequence where you can bust the controller to the end screen. Any percent only requires you to place the A, N, Y, 5, and Enter keys. All right, this isn't as clean as it could be, but I'm not gonna go crazy trying to get these things super clean. So the keyboard is almost entirely held together by the keys pressing on the metal plate. We've got good labels on everything. Some of these traces are not as good as they could be. I'll show you guys before we get into this. Man, that earworm, Katamari earworm, is one of the worst. This is what I'm talking about. These little scorches that are throughout the board in areas that have caught moisture. This one was particularly bad. And the solder didn't get up to the top layer. Oh, damn it, that one's gonna be really annoying. I think the LED lead will still fit through there. Solder didn't get all the way to the top layer. These are just exposed. Luckily, they've got one form of coating on them, which will keep them from corroding. But like in the presence of liquid, I can't get to these. I can't actually get to any of these because these are between the metal piece and the PCB, right? These are sandwiched in permanently. That's why I wanted to do this. This is actually the main reason why we did this,
is so that I could see this part of the keyboard. Because traditionally, I would squirt alcohol into the chasm and just hope that that would carry out any of the disgusting stuff that would get caught in. There was quite a bit of this. I just got a static shock. What the fuck? Why did I get it? Was that a static shock, or was it... It's like, is it a static shock, or was it me just hitting my knuckle right there up against something that's cold, and it kind of felt a little bit like a static shock? I think that's probably what it was. I don't know why I would be getting static electricity, other than the fact that the AC is running like at its fucking most to try to un-northeastern this room. Central air is like so fucking key right now. It's like, what is it outside? 96 degrees. It is 96. That is not inhabitable by humans. And our humidity is probably through the fucking roof. I don't know what our humidity is today. It's probably, if you look at the humidity, it just says fuck. All right, so let's get started with this thing. My primary concern is the scorching around this key all the way up here. The pause key. The ooh key. I've got a little bit of the PCB getting scratched away in the one corner. It's cooler in Arizona. Jesus Christ. 96 is not bad. It's August. 96 is less than 100. Fuck you. You fucking gatekeep piece of shit. 96 is terrible. When you couple it with the humidity, it's terrible. This sucks. This weather sucks. It broke and we had 70s for like just a little bit, just so that Mother Nature could be like, ha 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 ha, it could be like this. And then it was just, fuck you. And we just get back to sweltering fucking conditions. There's still like residue on this. Why is there still residue? I don't think I'm going to concern myself too much with that residue. If I had simple green and an ultrasonic cleaner, and I'm constantly in a debate about whether or not I should get a giant ultrasonic cleaner and find a place to put it. But I don't know. Yeah, that's not like a thermometer outside. That's like a that's what the Amazon lady says. What's going on with this? That looks like something got in there between the layers of the PCB. Here, check it out. Where is that? Right there. What is that? There's a via very close to the little screaming man who's going, oh no! And he's got a little nose, and he's got a little arm, his little arms are up. Yeah, that via being very close to the thing there. It's not corroding, not yet anyway. I could hit it with heat. If you think it's water, I could probably hit it with heat. Let's hit it with some heat and see what happens. Move all this stuff out of the way. We'll just put this as a spacer. Turn on the hot air. We'll see if hitting it with heat does anything to it. Where'd it go? Where did it go? Down here. There we go. K70. What's going on with you, buddy? All right, hot air. 500 degrees C. Let's go. Turn on thermals. Why do you still have the thermal cam on if you're not using the hot air gun? All right. Everybody's an expert in production except for the person streaming, right? I would like it if I could somehow get solder over to the other side of this board. I'm not going to really stress over it, though. The other thing I don't want to do is heat this one up too much. K70 is in... it's kind of a sparsely populated area. But I don't want the parts to fall off. Hit it with a hammer. Yeah, maybe a little pressure on it. I don't know what it is. If it's water, maybe we can boil it out. Does it look like I'm boiling it out? Looks like it's expanding. I made it more powerful. It's absorbing my energy. Oh, it's bubbling out something. I don't want to scorch the board, but I don't know what that fucking stuff is. It smells a little bit like warm Slogan. Oh no. Yeah, it's got kind of a berry. This keyboard has kind of a berry flavor to it. It is starting to look like a smiley face. I don't like that there's a definite sweet smell to the circuit board now. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't know what to do about that. I've given it so many baths in pure alcohol. It's practically been under an alcohol like faucet. It doesn't look like there's much that I can do about this. Yeah, all right. So it might be an oil. It might be an oil. I'm gonna let that cool off for a minute because I don't want parts to fall off. It's not on the surface, no. It's under the solder mask. Yeah. That's why I'm a little concerned with it. I don't know what that is. It's the only spot on the thing that on the board that has that. Oh no, there's another spot. There's two spots. Any more? Nah. I think it'll be okay. I think it's, I don't know. If it rusts and corrodes, then I'm going to be in trouble, but I don't think it's going to rust and corrode. Yeah, I think it's the circular cutout's fault, but it found the via to kind of, like, keep it. Try tasting it. Just take a bite. Where's the sweet smell coming from, though? It smelled like slow berries. It shouldn't smell like that. Ugh. All right. Okay. So the way that we're doing this is I'm gonna put two keys in opposite locations, and that'll hold the big grating in, and then I can put in the keys individually. I don't want to do it all at once. That's kind of a dumb thing to do. So, totally refurbished keys. I'm pretty excited about that. Let's do one of the arrow keys. What direction these need to face? Let's see. We go like this. So actually, we'll do the pause key, which is the one that has the most weird corrosion on it. And that goes in from the front. Whoopsie daisy. So those just snap into place. They just snap into the frame. I could technically put all of them in here and try to finagle this thing into position. I think that would be a disaster. Push comes to shove. We've got our special key removal tool that I created. I got plenty to drink. Delicious. Turvy, you are like the worst fucking person at a party, aren't you? What is it with you? Why are you always so negative about everything? Saying, hey, he's selling something sweet. Let's hope it's not a heart attack. It's like, dude, stop it. Just stop. It's the fact that I heated up that portion of the board, and that's when I smelled it. That's the indicator. Oh, yeah, that's upside down.
Okay, the LEDs go on the top. Should have known. I should have known. I had a 50-50 on that one. What? I just scooched the spray bottle into my mouth to drink. It's a good way to do it. All right. Now it'll fit. Got on the wrong way. All right. Arrow keys. Arrowed. Like that. Yeah, there we go. They both just fall into place. 2 might not be enough. I should probably do the 4 cardinal corners. And then the board will settle down on itself. I mean, I guess I could do all of them, but I don't trust them all to seat properly. That's too many pins at once. So I'll do this, and then I'll put the LEDs in. We'll do them one by one. One by one. I guess I could just insert all of them, but I kind of wanted to not get the direction of the LED wrong, because that would be pretty embarrassing. Like this. All right, so now that's sitting flat on 4 posts. And those are installed pretty flatly. Not entirely flat. There's like a little bit of a spacer at the front of some of these, but okay, so that should hold that like that. Let's get the solder on those so they stay in place. I'm not going to use the big chisel. Let's use something a little smaller. Just a little smaller than the giant chisel tip, even though that's already at soldering temperature. Feels like a waste. Let's use... Yeah, we'll use the big guy. Let's use the big, not pointy guy. The other big guy I got is a little bit pointy. This one should be good. Not drop that on myself. Not drop it on the keys. That'll melt them. That'll destroy everything, all the work that I've been putting in. Get the solder down here. Don't need flux, just need solder. Let's get started. You guys will remain in this view for a little bit. I can do this, although my stomach will now be front and center, which I don't want. I should fucking just get liposuction or something. Join my Patreon. Our stretch goal is to unstretch my stomach. Like a sub goal. Get liposuction. Nah, I'm gonna hit the exercise bike. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna hit that exercise bike. Milton's been doing streams where he's on a treadmill. He's just like playing Smash while on a treadmill. I should do that. My head in the way? I don't think it is. Try to keep back a little bit here. There's a lot of solder in this fucking board. Like it is weighed down by the amount of solder that's in it. All right, so I have anchored those 4 keys. Those are in good spots. They're sunken all the way down in their clippings. They indeed seem to be. So now, do 104 of them. What direction are the LEDs in? I'll put one down as an example. Hopefully these are cleaner too. So the arrow is pointing this way, which means the large contact inside the thing that's holding the chip goes this way. Due for a session today, I hate working out. See, I don't hate working out. I rather enjoy it. I need to do it. That's my problem. All right, so that's just like that, and then fuck balls, shit. Hey, it stayed in. I just need to solder the ends of the LED to keep it in place. But that'll just give me an idea of the direction of the rest of them. We'll do the LEDs last. I'll get all these keys soldered in first. which will block my view of the silk screen, which is why I want to do this. If these are backwards, I'm going to have egg on my face. So much egg. All right. Of course, it would also mean that the markings on the board are wrong. See, this is a monochrome keyboard. It doesn't have RGB, so my LEDs are one color, and I have chosen orange because it matches the rest of my setup. So, orange LEDs or bust. They go in one direction, and it's easy to get it wrong. They have left a silkscreen marking for me that is absolutely the bare minimum of what it takes to represent an LED. Just a single play button icon, which LED, you got the little bar on it. I only had to refresh Twitch 5 times for the channel BTTV emotes to show up. God, I hate that. When I do it, I don't refresh the channel. I find opening BTTV like twice usually kicks it into gear. I like orange. Yeah, me too. If I had a fancy schmancy, if I had a schmancy board, I could do the thing. I would really love to do the thing where like you press a key and it goes blue and then it fades back to orange, because that's what my mouse does. But I don't have that kind of control with this keyboard. I'm happy to not have that kind of control, because the trade-off is that it's a pretty simple input device, right? It's just, it just is. It is what it is. Nothing more, nothing less. But yeah, it would be fun to do something fancy like that. I was thinking like, hey, could I like print a circuit board that would go in like right on that LED pad and have the ability to do that fade with the 2 LEDs? It's like, I'm not going to do that. That's so much work to do for very minimal outward effect. Big projects, like big LED display projects, are so much work for so little. I need to learn Touch Designer. Apparently that's really good at doing like that kind of art project-y kind of stuff. Like you can put video interpolation like modules down, and it'll let you do all that really advanced stuff with your graphics. All that work that I did means that this step is so much easier than it was before. If I didn't like immaculately clean out all the vias for these, I would be struggling to get all of these switches to fit in properly. So I'm glad I did that. They just kind of click into place. Now, some people have sockets for their cherry switches on their boards. I wonder what that's like. Does that introduce like a wobble to the keys or anything? I wonder what that's like. Man, keyboard's all lubricated. It's going to be a pleasure to type on. Let's be honest, the end benefit of what I'm doing right now is not all that much. I know. It would be like this if I didn't spill the drink. I know. At least now I know what it takes. I know what it takes to take these things apart. What would have made this even faster is just ordering another one from Code. They have them sitting on a shelf. They would have just sent it to me for, $100 and something bucks. How dare you fucking call me that, chat? I don't know, the white, I don't know about the white here. I should have repainted it, painted orange. I think it's powder coated though. I would have hated it if I did that. If I did, oh wow, what did I just do? Hold on. That didn't fit in properly. There we go. I like pushed the board away. That was weird. If I repainted this, then it would be all like weird and sticky, because the paint would have needed more time to dry between sessions. Gotta make sure that these are fitting in properly. Not pushing the PCB away. Yeah, like that one did. Yeah, I was pushing just a slightly weird way. Nah, those are good. Those are good. Okay. This is a learning experience. Now we know what the inside of your keyboard looks like. I know, right? Luckily, I had recently cleaned it out. There was a lot of hair, though. There's a lot of, like, miscellaneous hair. I mean, I guess I have a lot of hair, so that makes sense. But still. Boy, this is tedious. English language is a lot of letters. A lot of letters. I need a good keyboard vacuum. The vacuum's not going to get rid of the hair. You just got to take all the keycaps off and like pick it out. Like I had to, at a previous cleaning session, I plucked all the keys off and then I used tweezers to get rid of the hair. And some of that hair had like wrapped around the keycaps and was just like holding on for dear life. It was, yeah, it was rough, man. I'm a different person now afterwards. I had a little bit of shell shock. I'm starting to not really look at people, kind of look off into the distance, and I hear humming noises when I close my eyes. Like it changed me. Doing the work. Work. Looks like these keys are puking up a little bit of oil here and there. I think that's mostly just because of my handling of them. There's a lot of oil on the outside. Which there shouldn't be, but it's not really going to affect anything. I would bathe this whole thing in oil if it meant that it would repel water. Get water away from the parts that matter. Yeah. Rearrange the keys in alphabetical order. Don't know why they mix them up from the factory. That's right. I alphabetized your keyboard for you, boss. Don't know how you were finding all the letters before, but now they're in order. Hardest part about reassembling this keyboard is going to be getting the little balance bars back in. I hate that. Dvorak. Yeah, Dvorak is a pretty crazy one, because the rumor is the WASD layout originated in typewriters in order to intentionally slow you down, which I don't think I really believe, but it was supposed to aid in the mechanisms of the typewriter, the physical mechanism of the typewriter, so that the typist wouldn't get ahead. That's the rumor. That's the little wives' tale that all these keyboard people tell each other in the dead of night to try to fill their empty lives with some form of existence and mystery and substance. For the letters in random order, call it a day. I thought it was based on like the most common used words in language at the time, and it was supposed to lay it out so that, you know, two hands could properly operate everything. Dvorak was a redesign of that in order to make sure that your fingers are on the most used stuff more often. You don't have to do as much hunting for certain letters. And I tried. I think I spent like a week trying to learn Dvorak, and I was just like, you know what? No. If I relayed out the keys, maybe I could learn it better, but I'm a pretty quick typist on a normal keyboard, so. Where's the Typing of the Dead reboot? We need that. That's what we need as a society. Ow, I poked myself with those leads. All right, I'm going to put all the LEDs in. I figure the LEDs are probably going to stick around on the board. One important aspect of the standard keyboard layout is that all the letters in the word typewriter are on the same row. God damn it. One important aspect of the standard keyboard layout is that all the letters of the word, sorry. This reduces the amount of training that the salesman needed in order to demonstrate how to use the product. Was that really something that would be wild. That would be wild. All right, time for 104 LED pickup, the game. Here we go. So I gotta get, here's the deal about LEDs, guys. Here's the deal about LEDs. Inside of an LED, you have two leads, an anode and a cathode, a positive and a negative. It's important to note which one is positive and negative because this device only works in one direction. It is not a lamp. Well, it's not a filament lamp. You can see there is a toilet bowl and then there's a little post. Typically, not always, typically in an LED, the toilet bowl is negative. The toilet bowl basically contains the chip that lights up. It's a diode. It's a diode chip that lights up, and it's got a little wire on top of it. And you can even see the little wire there. But that toilet bowl tells you which lead is negative. There are other methods. There is the cut in the outer rim that you can see on the toilet bowl lead. You can test it with a coin cell. I wouldn't suggest that. I wouldn't suggest that for this application because testing it with a coin cell would mean that I would spread the leads out, and I need these leads to be where they are. You can get a multimeter and put it on the diode setting, and it will light up this thing, right? The cut is lies? No, it's not. That's more standard. I mean, in every website, they'll also teach you that, like, one lead is longer than the other, but that doesn't help you. Knowing that the longer lead is positive or negative is the least informative way to know your anode from your cathode. It sucks, because, like, you cut the leads on these things, right? You always do that. So it's terrible for them to even tell people about that. I mean, I guess it's good if you're assembling a bunch of circuit boards from new parts, but it's not the 90s anymore. People don't, we got machines that are assembling circuit boards. So in this case, I'm trusting the toilet bowl because this is a very common LED. I could trust the cut, but I can't see the cut from the distance that I have to handle the LEDs from. And then if all bets are off, put it up on a multimeter in the diode setting, and it'll light up the LED, and you'll know which direction is which. I color the leads with red and blue markers. What is that? That's a little weird. Don't do that. Don't do that. Just know which direction is which. That's all I can tell you guys. Beyond that, I can't help you. I just can't help you. Oh God, I got a lot of LEDs that need to go into this. A lot of individual LEDs. Are these gonna fall out? They'll stay in, I hope. I don't want to have to do these one at a time, The traditional way to do this, what I'm doing right now, is if I had the full leaded LEDs, as in they had a full pin coming out of them, you would bend the leads once you insert it in like this, and then solder it, and then flush cut everything. That's a little sloppy, though. I'm gonna have claw hands by the end of this. By the end of the day today, my hands are gonna be claws. Mr. Claw, Mr. Kennedy Claw. Mr. Claw, Mr. Right Hand Claw. Let's see here. You, like this. I was fighting a little bit. What are you doing? There you go. I think some of these are gonna fall out when I tilt this thing, so I'm probably gonna have to get to soldering them. Maybe I'll do one row and then solder it. Because I may have to like press my finger up against the other side in order to get them to be flush. Be nice if they had a little recess to link into on the body of the switch, because that would help hold them up. I kind of do, actually. It doesn't really... Yeah, it does. It actually holds the collar. Oh, so I could do all of them. As long as I'm just careful. Yeah, the body of the cherry switch has a little thing that holds the LED when it's all the way seated. That's a good feature to have. One of the YouTube channels I watched drills holes in his enclosures by burning them with the soldering iron. I think we've all been there. That stage where you want to just put a hole in an enclosure and you just want to stab it with a soldering iron. My problem with that is that all the fumes that come off of it are just no bueno. You can drill and file stuff. You know, it's part of the process. It's a little cheaty to sit there and just hit it with a soldering iron and burn your way through, you know? One of the LEDs, by the way, on the keyboard was failing. It was number 7. I don't know if it's the LED or if it was the connection to the circuit, but it would like glitch out. Very strange. So if I set this on its face, are all of my LEDs going to fall out? No. Okay, because it captures the LED with a little area at the top. So the biggest problem with alternative layouts is it makes using other computers an absolute chore. Yeah, I would imagine that. It means nobody's going to use your computer. But then you have to have that brain fart moment where you go to somebody else's alternative or somebody else's normal layout computer and it's all weird. There's one of the switches on this thing turns it into Dvorak. It'd be a horrible prank to flip that switch though. I think it turns into Dvorak. I forget. It was all the rage in nerd cultures to learn different layouts. Would have been nice if we all learned Dvorak, you know, off the bat, but that just ain't happened. Just not gonna happen. God, I gotta plug in so many of these fucking little things. Bear with me, chat. Thank you guys for hanging out. I gotta keep thanking you guys for tolerating what I'm doing right now. Uh-oh, that's that one's in backwards. How do I get it out? Let's go push on the leads a little bit. Oh, no. Back here. Get back here. Yeah. No? What are you doing? There you go. I did have purple LEDs that I was thinking about putting in here. Or I could do I could be a real shithead and put ultraviolet LEDs in this. Call it the leave no evidence keyboard. What sucks is that every country has its own keyboard layout. That's why you learn English. You learn English like a real world citizen. Other languages, as if. That's the most American thing I could possibly have said just now. Mix them up. I don't know. I don't think I want to. I mean, purple and orange would be pretty cool, like keyboard. That would look cool, but it wouldn't. Everything else on my desk is like a deep orange. I tried to do like the Reddit red orangey kind of color. It turns out to be just basic orange, but you know, the mouse and the keyboard having the same colors is nice. It's a good design element. It's a design element. I can use a fancy word to describe it. It's a design element. It's a go fuck yourself element is what it is. All right. These still have rust on the leads. I don't like that, but I guess I'm just going to tolerate it. I just work with it the way that it is. Like it be. Try to confirm on a Swiss keyboard. I can't even imagine. I wish I grew up learning Dvorak and the metric system, but no, it had to be QWERTY and Imperial. Are we going to start calling QWERTY and Imperial measurements? Is this going to be the new... Is going to be the new thing that the Europes are throwing up in our fucking faces all the time? Oh, hon. You filthy Americans using your QWERTY layout. It's so antiquated. Shut the fuck up, please. I'm so sick of all the defending. It's just, I don't know, it's one of those things. Imperial system, it's like, you fucking invented it. I didn't choose to grow up with 1970s fucking idiotic measurement systems. I don't got an answer for it now. Okay, where's this? This is some pretty bent leads, so I don't know where these are. These have got to find them holes in the bottom of the thing. I'm getting a different one. I'm going to deal with that one later. My hand is starting to cramp. Sorry, I got a 50-50 chance of these things being wired correctly, right? Hold on a minute. Oh shit, at some point I switched. I gotta flip like all of these. Oh great. Alright, let's undo my mistake. I was like, you know, I'm pretty sure that the arrow was pointing that way. My initial one up here that I soldered in is done the correct way. This one is done the correct way. I flipped this one, and now they're all flipped from then on. Yeah, I don't know, Ravenous, is that kind of like a wives' tale that QWERTY was utilized to not jam typewriters? I know that's been like rumor passed, you know, passed down from nerd to nerd, but I don't know if that's the case. Probably is. I just don't, you know, I don't know. I need a better tool for that. I need something that I can pluck these with. Pluck and flip easily. Are tweezers gonna do? Yeah, they're gonna do. I can't believe I did that. I flipped them at some point. I wasn't paying attention. They don't put a silkscreen marking on the other side of the board. They only have it on the side that where the keys will block your view of it, which is pretty obnoxious. So I can't reference it with all the keys down like this, which is why I soldered one LED in the right direction. And it turns out I ignored my own signal. Got one wrong, and then all the others following it. They're consistent, but they're consistently wrong. What are you doing here? There we go. Welcome to Tedium. Or at least we just solder stuff after this. Lots and lots of solder smoke. I don't really know what else could be wrong with this after we're done. I thought it was liquid infiltrating the keys. Turns out it really wasn't. But I don't know what else could be wrong. It could have also been liquid on the PCB between the metal piece and the PCB. Could have been liquid there. I mean, there was liquid there. And that could have been causing shorts. Shorts are comfy. Yeah, okay, get that thing in there. Get that thing in there. I got through 2 entire rows before realizing my fucking mistake. At least I didn't solder them in. 2 entire rows. I guess I could have just inserted them all anyway, any direction, any percent, and then just inspected them and flipped the ones that needed to be flipped. That would have been good. That would have saved time. Overdoing this. Flip the LED, put it in the socket. Flip the LED, put it in the... Over and over and over and over again.
Okay, there. My mistake corrected. What are you guys saying? I thought QWERTY was just about putting the most commonly used keys along the middle row in order from left-hand pinky to right-hand pinky, with the next commonly used above and the others below. Yeah, I think so. At least you found out before soldering. Yeah, the very least. I wonder if those pulp authors were paid per word. I wonder if those pulp authors that were paid per word used stenos and had somebody translate it into English. What? Corn NP with mayo pizza is wrong. I want to try some of those crazy Japanese pizza flavors. Stenogram is just a hole punch paper tape? Huh. You roll your eyes at the joke of the apprentice who's testing LEDs and they throw out all the ones that don't light just because they're backwards. Well, I don't put unlucky parts in my builds. Yeah, it's like a rumor, the layout thing for typewriters. An LED for every key. How much current does that keyboard draw? Not a lot. I mean, LEDs are pretty efficient, man. They're good at what they do. And these are 3mm LEDs too. Okay, wait, I gotta make sure. Nope, toilet bowl facing away from me. That toilet bowl is the key indicator of the anode and cathode of the LED, of your common LED. I mean, what are there keyboards that share LEDs between their keys? It's got to be one per, because you're trying to illuminate that cap. A lot of these have RGB LEDs in each location, which is even crazier. It's even more wiring that you got to do. At that point, I don't think you're doing hand layout on the board. I think you're using some kind of AI layout designer, because that's just too much. But hey, people are good at building circuit boards, so you know, hey, eat your heart out. Put a RGB LED everywhere you can. Lets you do cool stuff. Make things visually exciting. I'm all for it. God, there's so many LEDs. This is a nightmare. This is my nightmare. And if I'm missing any, I believe I still have this size orange LED in a bin somewhere, because you know you order them by the hundreds. They're so cheap. Did you ruin your keyboard finally? We're gonna find out once I solder this shit together. I'm hoping it still works, but the symptoms that I was getting when it failed were oh boy. They weren't good. They weren't normal. The keyboard came back to life for like a little bit, and while I was trying to work on the RC car project, the number keys kept not typing numbers, and I had to like slam on them. I thought it was lag. I thought something was lagging on me. And then it eventually stopped putting numbers down. So it was like, oh no, what went wrong? And in looking into the keyboard a little bit more, I kept finding more Slogen, more sticky liquid all over everything. And so I decided that it needed major surgery. I thought maybe the problem was Slogen got into the keys, and it did get into some of the keys, but it didn't get all the way to the switching mechanism. Mostly the fizzy lifting drinks got into the parts where there are plastic against plastic interfaces, like the tabs, like the top of the keycap. Didn't get all the way down to the electrical. The electrical stuff is actually pretty well protected in a keyboard. I mean, you've got the cap on the top, which is just a big plastic hood, and then you've got it kind of recessed in the body of the switch. So actually pretty well protected. But that shit is fucking evil. Usually I don't have sugared drinks on my desk, because that's just asking for this to happen. So it was time for surgery, major surgery.
I'm not in the business of buying new springs or catering my mechanical keyboarding experience to a bunch of snake oil claims, like, using particular springs or particular connectors or particular this or that, or oil greasing every fucking interior surface of the key. I'm not doing that. What we did is I sunk all of the springs in some displacement. Hold on. That one went directly to the floor. All right, let's get the rest of them in, and then I've got to find an LED that made its way to the floor. But yeah, what I did is I sat the springs in some water displacement oil, because the last thing that I want is for the springs in this thing, the cheapo springs, to rust. I don't know if they've got a coating on them or not. They didn't really look like they did. They might be stainless, but who can tell at this point, right? They might rust. So I sat them in the oil overnight and reassembled them kind of dirty with a bunch of oil still on them. So my springs are technically oiled now, but these keys feel new. They don't have any resistance to them returning to their original state. So this has been a big refurbish project. I mean, this keyboard is like $100 and something bucks. It's not a cheap keyboard, so it needs a little love. But now also I know that the space between the metal and the circuit board is clean. That was the other important part. In order to do that, we made a custom tool. I took this pair of tweezers that everyone seems to have, the tweezers that like lock in, and I bent them to make a key pulling tool. And that worked perfectly. What brand? This is a Code V3. Oh, this is actually, yeah, V3B. Code keyboard V3B. It's a very simple one. The keycaps that I'm using are from Amazon, because the Code keycaps, they can't seem to figure it out. Code can't seem to figure out how to find a double shot PBT key that properly illuminates the key under LED. So I went to Amazon and I found double shot PBT keycaps that are just, they're just good. They just work. The double shot thing is important because having printed labels on the keys, oftentimes it'll just wear out and you just won't be able to see anything anymore. Why doesn't that go in? Go in here? That one goes in there. I think there's a bad, the via might not be fully cleaned out. That one works. There you go. Okay. The LEDs seat inside of a little a little recess in there, and hopefully it's enough that it'll hold on to the LED. Hopefully it holds on to the LED, because I need it to. Because I'm gonna flip this thing and start soldering. I don't know when I'm gonna stop. I got 10,000 connections here to solder. 104 times 4. That's how many solder joints we gotta do. This, if anything, this is just tedium. The keyboards are tedium. I don't know why people are into it as a hobby. Those people have broken brains. They have broken brains, and they should see a specialist doctor about their broken brain, because this is so tedious, it hurts. I still have to, fuck, Julian sent me a link that I need to check out. Some audio equipment thing. I want to get him in here soon. Although we've got Delta going on now. Delta's gonna fuck us all up. I hate this. We gotta go back underground because of these fuckers. People who are afraid of needles. That's all it is. They're afraid of needles. It's the only reason that they don't want to get the shot. Quit being such a bitch. Go get a fucking arm jab. We're almost there. We're almost there. And then I gotta do the grand LED search, because there's an LED somewhere at my feet that made absolutely no noise on its way down. Musical keyboards, yeah, they're slightly less tedious than this, right? Hold on, I gotta rest my hand. I thought this was 104.
Is it 87? I don't know. Hey, what's up, Walrus? We were talking about you earlier. You were on the board. Having some real issues with my number pad on my Logitech, so I need to strip down my keyboard too. Not sure what's wrong with it. Yeah, I feel like it's something that you should do every now and then, right? Just get to the bottom of everything. Yeah, this is a code Tenkeyless. I'm worried about possible unknown autoimmune complication. You kind of worry about that when it killed your dad on your 9th birthday. Talk to a doctor. You know, like, talk to a doctor. If you're not talking to a doctor and you've got some weird excuse, I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. There are legitimate reasons not to get the vaccine, but I think the average person, especially the whiny babies who are like, it's my freedoms, they're all holding us back at this point. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. I have to, like, every time you talk about that stuff, you have to, well, sometimes some people can't get it. Go fucking get it. Like, that's it. That's it. I'm not beating around the bush anymore. Now, unless you have a doctor-sanctioned excuse, you're part of the problem. That's it. That's all there is to it. Flip that over. Put that in there. Poke, poke, poke. There we go. We should be missing one LED, and that one LED is on the ground. And I will get it in just a second. If I'm missing two, which it might look like we are, if I'm missing two, I'm going to be mad. We're missing two. Oh, no. Oh, no. Jippercorm subbed with Prime. All right, I'm going to flip this and put it down. I heard a couple fall out. And we're going to get Jippercorm up on the board. Oh, man, I just heard the LED drop. It was in my lap. That's all right, though. Jippercorm, thank you for subbing. Yeah, anti-vaxxers, the same people who go to shops without masks and claim it's for health reasons. Yeah. Jippercorm, thank you for the sub. Was that another sub rolling in? It was. Duelos for the 3rd month. Jippercorm for the 19th. Well, let's put you up there. You can completely ruin an older synth's keybed in worst case scenarios and it can't be replaced. Yeah, for working on musical stuff, yeah, that could be scary. What's happening up here? Oh, it's just starting up again. Okay. One LED. I was missing one LED. Oh, you know what it might be? The spacebar. Spacebar doesn't get an LED. That's what it is. Ah, I was not missing any. The spacebar doesn't get an LED, even though it has holes for it. Duelos, welcome to the board. Thank you for the 3rd month. Shorty's resubbed for 33 months. What the hell is that emote? What is that? What? Oh, it's a scrub brush. For Felicia Day. I'm gonna cough. Okay, I'm back. So I heard one of the LEDs fall out of the keyboard. One of them also fell onto the floor. I gotta retrieve the one on the floor, and then the space bar doesn't get an LED. I don't know if that's why I'm theoretically missing an LED. Are we gonna? There it is. Whoa! Somebody got stuck? What's that about? I guess it took a minute to place Short Lurker because it's such a weirdo. Oh, it was also Dinsdale Piranha. That's who did it. Dinsdale Piranha is a slightly longer name, which it has a little bit of trouble placing at this point. Dins, thank you so much for the sub, man. Appreciate that. Be Dins' 26th month. Hell yeah. Man, got a bunch of old subs farting around. Looks like you're destroying Turvy, Short Lurker.
My spacebar has an LED. Well, whoop de fucking do. Look at you. Why don't you wave it around in all of our faces? Some of us can't afford to have a LED on our spacebar. What about that? I don't know. I don't know. Mine, I don't think mine does. I don't need a light on the spacebar. I know where it is. It knows what I'm about. Dinsdale! You're right above Super Sir. Yeah, there's just like a line on the keycap. I've seen that. I've got that on my other keyboard. I need to find that LED. I'm gonna find that LED. It's somewhere on this disgusting floor. Oh, there it is. It's right here. It landed in a very predictable spot. We're lucky. So did I install an LED for the spacebar? Because I don't think it has one. I mean, it's the faculties are all there to have one. So if my spacebar does have an LED, that means that somewhere on the floor, these are orange. Oh, if I found a different LED on the ground, that's a possibility. The keycap isn't going to tell me because the keycap's not for this keyboard. Code doesn't do. Yeah, this is a single shot spacebar that I put in. There's just one material in that. Someone check yesterday's VOD. Yeah. Tell me whether or not there is a keycap there. Okay, a couple of the LEDs fell out. I'm just going to get to soldering. But I think we've got all of them. If I don't have a spacebar LED, that means... You know, I think there was a spacebar LED. I think there was. No, I don't. I have the same keycaps that I've always had. I just bought them on Amazon. There's nothing special about them. They're just double shot PBTs, but they happen to illuminate correctly. The ones that Code sells don't. I don't know where they get off selling what they're selling, but their friggin' keycaps don't actually illuminate properly in their own keyboard. These have LEDs on the top of the switch by their design. They could have flipped them around, but with the LED on the top, when you get their illuminated keys, the function, the shift character is what lights up, not the number, which sucks because you don't have a numpad with this thing. It helps to know where precisely your keys are when you're trying to punch a number in the dark. Should I solder this with it upright? I think I'm going to solder it with it upright, and that way the LEDs don't fall out. Wait a minute. I do have enough? One of them still... Okay, there it is. Yeah, this one's still missing a... So I'm missing one. One LED. I was thinking that too. Like, if there are holes for this and a resistor for this, then it would be there. It would just make a glow around the space bar instead of the alternative. Let me see if I can track down that one missing LED. Where would that possibly have gone? I mean, it could have made it into the keycap pile, that's for sure. But I'm thinking it's probably on the floor. I'm gonna do a quick floor sweep. We've collected emotes. My God. Here, I'll just go to this camera, even though I'm gonna be on the floor looking for a goddamn LED. I guess they are magnetic. I could do that. Now we're gonna use the pen light. I'm gonna try to find this fucking thing. The question is, did it drop from the desk, or did it drop when I had things in front of the fan? The more likely scenario is that it's somewhere in front of the fan, having been kicked way to the side. My floors are disgusting. I live like an animal, and I should be treated as one. This is absolutely fucking vile. I can't believe I found a screw. That's not even for anything that I'm working on right now. Oh my God. Taking I wouldn't call it a high-powered light, but taking a light to the floor is possibly the worst thing that I could do in terms of my own self-confidence. I'm now crawling like a baby across my floors looking for an LED. Obviously, I can just get a new one. I think I'll just have to get a new one. I'm missing one part. One part. I kept such good track of everything else for one LED to go missing. And the question is whether or not there was an LED installed in the space bar before. Getting close to the fan here. I don't see nothing. I don't see it. Maybe one day I'll see it. Maybe one day this LED will show up on my doorstep, hat in hand. I was your missing LED. And I'm like, I don't have any space for you in my life no more. You hurt me. It's gonna be raining out. I'm not gonna let you do what you did again. I finally forgave myself for losing you. And you're trying to come back like nothing happened. I can't find this thing. I'm not seeing it anywhere. I'm not seeing it anywhere. If it is missing, it might be under stuff on the desk, because that was another place where I just collected the LEDs and they were out in the open. That was before I got the bowl. Or maybe if anybody's checking VODs, they can verify whether or not there was actually ever an LED there in the first place. But either way, I can just get another one. I got plenty of these things. Hope. Ugh, my knees. Okay. This has been, doing this keyboard project has been it's had a toll on my body. I'm pinching a lot of stuff, and that kind of does a number on you. There's a chance that it shows up, that it's somewhere in this pile of keys. But I think for the most part, we're writing it off. One singular missing part. One. Man, that sucks. All right, let's find the orange LEDs. Well, let me get the rest of this thing soldered, and then we'll find the orange LEDs. Just don't let me forget. I don't know if I should do this standing up, because if I tilt it down, a couple of the LEDs fall out. If I do this standing up, at least I know everything's plugged in where it should be. I guess we'll do it this way. If it's in a different spot on the desk, maybe also the smoke will find a different path to take. That might be good. Definitely have to clean up this area over here. Ugh. Replace it with a red one to remind you of your failure. Why is that key red? Let me tell you a story. Gather round. I got a long tale to tell. Full of intrigue. You dropped it on the floor, didn't you? Yeah, I dropped it on the floor. All right, come on. Everything. The wire for the soldering iron is always in the way. Escape key blue? No, I don't want to do it. It looks really good with the monochrome. I mean, I could light up WASD different colors, but I don't feel like doing that. It just looks way better monochrome. Let's be honest. I guess I got to do the seating thing with all of them, huh? With all the LEDs, just to make sure that they're pressed in. Where you solder one lead, and then you press on the LED from the opposite end to seat it, while the solder is still molten. I guess I can't do that with a lot of them. Huh. Maybe I don't do that. Maybe I don't do that. Maybe I just jump from thing to thing soldering. You guys, is my head in the way? I'm trying to keep it out of the way. It leads to some very uncomfortable soldering positions. I gotta get this out of the way too. could go a lot faster if I just put this thing down on its face. I'm gonna do one of each LED lead, and then I'll move on to, I'll put this flat on the table, and then I can really solder more quickly. I'll just anchor down all these. Oh, yeah, those do need to be pressed through. God damn it. That's really annoying. That's going to be really annoying. I have to do this every single one. Yep. All right, let me get solder down first. All right, I'll just solder it like this. Half of them fell out just then. I'll just have to get back to them. Now, blue tape doesn't hold it in. It's not flat on the other side. I'll do one lead of all the LEDs, and then I can press them in and do the makeup work and all that stuff. All right. Let's just get through this. We're so close to perfection. There's an LED in there, but it's like almost halfway out. Any of the ones that are sticking through, I'm just going to give them a little bit of anchor solder. I'm leaning way far in on this. Hopefully you guys can see. It's like I can't look at the video monitor while, oh yeah, my face is like in the corner. That's okay though. This thing takes like a half pound of solder. It's ridiculous. I should have weighed all of the solder that I sucked out of this thing, because it had a bit of weight to it. From thing to thing, to thing to thing to thing. This thing smells like Windex and like alcohol and like weirdness. That's why I think an electronics cleaner would be a good investment, huh? I just don't have one. I don't have space for one. That's the real problem. Some of these have things in them, some of them don't. I don't know which ones are which. I could just solder all of them regardless, but then I'd have to, when I put the replacement LED in, I would have to, I think a lot of them fell out. Huh, it's not good. Here, you know what? You guys need a side view. I think the side view would be a better view, because I think my face is going to get in the way. You guys come in like this, and then hopefully you can see what's going on, and my giant head doesn't block your views. Of course, I am blocking seeing what I'm doing, which means you guys would be better suited here. I can't get you out all the way over there. I can do this. I can get you guys to view from this angle, which is a little odd. Try to get the whole thing on camera too. That's almost the whole thing. I can't get the camera any higher than that, but now you should have a pretty unfettered view of what I'm doing. And my giant head doesn't get in the way as much. Where are we? Somewhere here. It's like multiple of them are missing. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 LEDs that I can see, but I don't know. Some of them are almost unplugged, but not quite. What happened there? Just got all the way through. Yeah, like nothing's coming through on a couple of these. Move myself all the way over here. Now I'm so far from the computer. Oh my God. This shit had better work. That's all I gotta say. I'm gonna be so angry. when this thing doesn't work. Or I'll just sigh and roll my eyes and rage quit the stream and raid tomato or something. And he'll be like, hey, oh bother, what games did you play today? And I'll just say, games with my heart. But he won't be able to read that because his chat is going too fast. Let's turn off. What's going on? No, my IntelliHeat didn't turn on. I see I'm running into problems where all the keyboard stuff is over here. Yeah, I really wanted to bang this project out faster because this is an emergency project. But c'est la vie, such is life, you know. Should probably back you guys up a little bit more. I could be on camera for this. This will be like a pseudo face cam. What are the dip switches? They do a bunch of different things. They have a variety of different functions for the dip switches. They can flip it into Dvorak. They can create a wormhole that will suck up most of the planet. No, they allow for function keys, Mac compatibility, and a couple other different features on the thing. On the RGB versions of this keyboard, they also let you individually set red, green, and blue, I guess, gain. But yeah, the dip switches are basically just how you get into the program functionality. One of the things that this keyboard was doing that most concerned me when it was failing is that it was little beknownst to me, the caps lock and function keys. Those are these two 4-leaded LEDs on the ends. The caps lock and num lock, or no, scroll lock keys actually are RGB. And so when I fired up the keyboard after getting that weird keys don't press kind of error, oh, there's no key in that slot. Some of the keys are balanced by having 2 buttons, but they didn't install both of them. So what would happen is the LEDs started flashing red, and I'm like, what the shit is this? What is going on with my keyboard? So I looked it up, and it turns out when you factory reset the keyboard, it will flash red a couple of times for like a certain number of seconds, and then it'll flash green. And I never knew that. I thought they were just white LEDs. Turns out they're RGB. So I can't convert those to orange, unfortunately. And I don't know how. It's too bad they don't let you convert their color. But yeah, the way that I changed color of the keyboard is manually. I added new LEDs to the whole thing. We did that a little while ago on stream, but it was nice to kind of like put the design of the keyboard, like wrap it into the rest of my desk, because the white version of the white keycap version of the code keyboard, it's good. I like it, but it doesn't go with my stuff. It doesn't look good. It's gotta look good. That's part of the fun of this whole hobby. Welcome to tedium. There's no escape. Still have to find that one LED, or make another LED. This uses so much solder. Ridiculous. Ridiculous! I gotta go over all of these again to make sure that they're pressed in far enough and that they actually have an LED. Because yeah, a lot of these are like, see, like that one's half out. What? Oh, there's solder on one of them. Grabbed that a little bit too hard. It came right for me. I almost died. All right, yeah, let's find homes for the rest of these. Homes for the LEDs. Where are they gonna go? Yeah, I should probably solder that one as soon as I put it in, because it's not very clear whether or not there's an LED there. And I need to get solder on it. This is where I need 3 hands. Is there? Yeah, there's actually an LED through that. Next. That one's sticking way out. Oh, it's not even soldered in. There's solder on the pad, though. There we go. Yeah, I got to do that with all of them. Basically, press them all in to make sure that they're seated. That one, press it in. Let's see. Oh, there's a missing one there. Ah! Jeez. I burn myself with all the slipping that's happening here. I'm slipping. Who else? That's not missing one. It's just up. It's just not seated. 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 There's that. That one is also in need of just a blob of solder. Just to hold it in place. Where else are we missing? Because I got 3 LEDs that need a home. There's one over here. Gotta line up that toilet bowl. And then let loose. Exactly. Oh, still going, still going, still going. Loose. Yeah, that one needs to be anchored. You're not supposed to add solder to the iron, but I'm doing it because I need to anchor the LED down, and then I'll come back and solder it properly. So, missing LEDs, missing LEDs, missing LEDs. You two, right here. Aligned. Boop. Got him. Who is next? You're not seated. You go down properly. Yep. And these don't need to be incredibly well soldered, but they should be. Should give it the old college try at least. Alright, so that does it for any of the LEDs that fell out. Now, missing one. Probably time to grab the orange LEDs. Let's see, I got those down here. Those are down here. Down in the bins. Down in the bins, deep down. Where no light reaches them. Theoretically, this one should be amber. We don't know nothing about it, though. Nah, it's not a kit. This, I spilled fizzy lifting drinks on my freaking keyboard, and it bit the big weenie in the sky. It totally fucked up, so I have had to do the chore of completely refurbishing my own keyboard. I would be remiss if I were not to say that this is exactly my skill set. So, that is very much not an orange LED. You lied to me, Kit. The Kit lied to me. Why you lying? Well, it would have been funny. The kit is completely out of order. It's fine. I'll just grab LEDs until it lights up the right way. Okay, I can't grip any of them. What is wrong with me? Still blue? What the hell? What's going on here? amber, yellow, blue, amber, yellow, blue. Okay, all right, all right. See how disorganized these probably are. Grab another one out of the quote-unquote amber bin. One of them fandangled hacker keyboards. Well, it's called a code keyboard. All right, all right, all right. Happy birthday to the ground. That's fine. I'm not gonna let this slow me down. Got a bin full of LEDs and a devil may care attitude. God damn it. Yeah, that is a drop. That is a drop. Just because to get these on the probe, it's like a weird... Why are these all blue? Okay, all right, we're going to go to this bin. I'm going to assume an inversion here. It's like you could put the clear LEDs in any bin. Nobody's going to check. Who's going to check? Nobody's going to check. This one is a nothing LED. Good day to you, sir. Oh, look. This one is... Well, is that yellow or amber? Is it amber lamps or is it yellow? I'm not too proud as the... I think that's orange. All right, that's a replacement LED. That was... Why were the two bins flipped? I just don't... I can't even... All right, let's not worry about that. Let's just move on. We got more stuff to do. We got bigger fish to fry. We don't have bigger fish to fry, really. This is the fish that we have to fry. It's just... I just want to move on. You back there. All right. Yeah, it's not exactly Roy G. Biv, is it? Roy G. Biv. Okay, amber lamps, faces with the toilet bowl on the left. And then get just a little dollop of solder on it. You really shouldn't solder this way. I'm only doing this because I only have so many hands, but adding solder to the iron and then the board, that's not how it should go. I'm just doing it so that there's some kind of mechanical steadfast for the thing to just hold out. All right, here we go. So I'm going to press on the LED from one side, and I can't do it with that one, but I'll do all the other ones. Press the LED on one side, heat it with the iron on the other. You guys won't be able to see much during this. I'm going to work quickly so that we can get to the fun part, which is soldering the rest of all of these connections. But, you know, I got to do this times 104 every single time, so... Because, yeah, having flipped the board, or having the board fall over, they're not exactly tightly seated. What's that one doing? That's not even soldered. What's going on here? I missed one. Well, that's why we do this. So I'm checking over my own work. Luckily, this also anchors all the keys down. The keys aren't going to go anywhere now. Wow, that one really fed through, huh? But this also ensures that all the LEDs are facing upwards properly, too. So the illumination of the keys is going to be nice and even for whatever purpose this board is going to serve as not a keyboard. Because it's not going to power up again. It'll just exist to annoy me. I'm just being pessimistic. I've got an LED-shaped divot in my finger now. That's great. LED projects will do that to you. It's been a couple months soldering the LED cube together. Just one row every day or two. Yeah, those are gonna be tough. That's a fun one to do, though. I should build an LED cube at some point. Nice little desk display. It's nice to have like a little depthful LED thing going on. Jeez, how many of these do I have to do this with? Good Lord. This is, I mean, like, God, I keep saying the word, but this is tedium. We got 104 different little operations that we got to do on each individual one of these. If I get one particularly wrong, it's gonna stand out amongst the crowd. You gotta put a lot of love into a project like this, because there's not much left other than love. Not much to motivate you. All right, now we're down here, I believe. Yeah. The fact that I did custom LED color was like, I don't know, it was a lot of work. It's a lot of work. Most people with RGB keyboards are like, what color should I make it now? And you just push a button. Like, yeah, everything's yellow now, yay! Like they don't have to go through and replace individual LEDs. It's alright, at least I know I'm not wasting RGB. But like, yeah, they could very easily just throw addressable LEDs in these things for pretty great benefit. Have a digital bus control them all. I think the WS2812s come in, do they come in a 3mm size? Probably not. You would have to go surface mount, and then the bodies of the switches aren't surface mount. Still doable though, that one doesn't have any solder on it. What's up, Leaf? Did I say hi? I think I already said hi. I'm losing my mind. I think part of the reason that Woodus stopped in earlier was because they're playing Back for Blood. they need another person. And I'm like, I gotta work. I gotta do work. I got work to do. I can't believe the chronicles of what he went through with all that computer stuff. And he might get away with a 3090 in the end. Just take your computer in to get worked on, and they'll upgrade it. That's cool. I don't get that kind of luck. What do you think of Back for Blood? I think it's awesome. I really enjoy it. You gotta understand that I'm a little bit biased because it takes place in my home state. And they got it right too. These dudes know Pennsylvania. They got it really right. The skybox is perfect. The foliage, the sounds. You know, different parts of America, you're gonna get different bugs and stuff. So it takes a little bit of dedication to get it right, to get a setting right. You could just say, well, it's the zombie apocalypse, so the bugs migrated. That's why it sounds like California. Now, that's why it sounds like the office outside of Game Studio. No, they got it right, man. They did a lot of cool stuff with that. I really appreciate that. In terms of the game mechanics, we had like the biggest bug that we had in the game was it putting a different character on the end screen. So it's like my friend would be playing one character and it would swap to a different one on that screen. It's not that big of a deal. The name would be right and all the stats would be right. It's just the character would have been a different one, which is like, okay. It's like, all right. But in terms of like the game itself, like it's Left 4 Dead 3. Like that much is clear. It doesn't even sort of garner a comparison because it is just literally Left 4 Dead 3. Like that is what it is. That's what they set out to make, and that's what they made. And they did a great job of it. I'm really impressed with it. I can't stand the bots. Yeah, the bot we had during our session, because there's only 3 of us, because we don't have any friends. The bot we had would run directly into danger. Quite a lot. And I guess it was good as a bullet sponge, but we would mostly just slaughter the bot and then move on with our gameplay. But the bot was pretty useless. And then it would also take items that it wasn't supposed to take. Like, you don't get that. That's for us. That's for humans. Stupid bot. So we did run into some stuff like that. I mean, that was definitely present. I didn't know you were in the state of decay. What are you talking about? Hey. What did you do? Rip your keyboard. I spilled a fizzy lifting drink on it. And this is like the third spill. And so my clean out method wasn't working anymore. So it was time to break everything down to component parts, which I have not done with a keyboard yet. Usually at this point, it would be time for the bin. But I'm not about to give up. So I had the keyboard working for like a couple hours, and it stopped typing letters on me. I'm like, what the fuck? And so I looked into it a little bit more, and like there was still shit in everything. Like little tiny, like a droplet of stuff in certain parts. Like I cleaned out the bulk of the sticky liquid. Because I'm diabetic. I don't deal with carby drinks a whole lot. And unfortunately, this carby drink found its way to the keyboard overnight. Is bad news. Bad news. So I'm reeling after that. I basically took responsibility for my dumbness, and I am now resoldering all the parts back in after having taken apart all the keys and bathed them in alcohol. It was a fizzy drink. I was playing online, the other players quit, left, and it was me and 3 bots. Oh god, I got down once and they all stood around me to get killed. Yeah, I hope they're gonna work on the bots for the end of the beta. They got a couple months, right, till October. If someone rejoins, it destroys everything bots are carrying and gives default weapons. Ugh. Yeah, so there's, it's an open beta. There's going to be some stuff in it that is going to work out. Here, you guys can get closer now, because I'm going to be leaning over this to see what I'm doing. So you guys are going to come in like this. That's going to block. All right. I was going to come in like this and stare at my crotch, I guess. And then we'll do like that. And now I just need to go over 400 some odd pads. Here we go. Here we go. Dun, 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 dun. My arm, I think my left hand is probably going to block. Well, we'll see. The blocking of the shot is going to be subject to any sort of a grip change that I do. Still think Metal Mario music is a jam. I actually held a tape recorder up to the Nintendo to record it when I was a kid. Bump 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 bump. It's just in my head. I don't know, man. I only owned one N64 game. We rented any game that I would play. And at that time, I believe I was computer gaming a lot more. Played a lot of Descent 3. So we had one N64 game, which is a shame because there were a lot of good games on that platform. Back over here. I'll look up a chat in a second. I'm just kind of hyper-focusing right now. I'm hyper-focusing on the task at hand because it's a lot of repetitive work that I'm doing. It might look fancy on the thermals. I hope it looks fancy on the thermals because that's the only saving grace that I actually have for this, is that hopefully things look okay with my camera setup, because this is the most repetitive thing you could possibly do. I could have split this up into a couple different operations. I could have gone key by key and poked it in, soldered it, checked it, but I decided to go a little factory process on this and do it all at once. Split the jobs into giant jobs. I think it goes faster this way because I don't have to retool, flip the board over, do all that stuff. Trying to keep heat on this for long enough because none of the pads had solder on the other side of the board, which is a little bit odd to me. And I don't know if I don't think there's much I can do to correct it. If I really wanted to get like a solder wash going on, I probably should have, when I had the board out, soldered all the vias from the other side and then done the solder sucker on them again, which is not cool. You know what thinking about it now, because the way we took the keys out was by just pulling them in place, right? We just pulled them out straight out of the board by basically heating up the two pads and pulling from the other side. Just yoinked them all out. So that left solder in all the vias, and at that point, I probably should have gone over the other side of the board and added solder to every single pad. That would have been the way to do it. I should have done that. Oh well. Oh well. All right, let's see what chat's up to. Got to get a shot on every single solder. I remember renting physical video games. Yeah. Good times. Rentals were always like $1 more, which for the video games, that always sucked. My parents would be like, you can only get one. I was like, what if the one you get sucks? Or you get something like Clay Fighter and you learn how to play it, and then you're just like, all right, see you later, Clay Fighter. I like Clay Fighter. That was a good game. Or that Star Wars fighting game. That was a fun one. I think we had the most fun with Rampart, though. I think that was that a SNES game? Yeah, that was a SNES game. It used a lot of Mode 7 to look three-dimensional. Rampart was fun. You, like, very quickly build up your castle walls, and then you get to blow the shit out of your friend's castle wall. The castle wall. Castle wall. I hear like bubbling noises on the other side of the board when I do this. I don't know what's going on. I think maybe that solder's getting on to the other pad. There's like a moment when you add enough heat to the pad when you see the solder suck in because it's starting to propagate to the other side of the board. These aren't doing that as much. Yeah, I'm not really seeing that with these. Yeah, we really wanted to find a 4-player group for Back 4 Blood. I'm not a big streamer boy. You know, I don't got my streamer boy friends that I can just call upon to play the game. And we were obviously doing it in private because I don't trust my IRL friends to not make really shitty jokes that would get my fucking shit canceled. But yeah, we had a really good time playing. The bot was frustrating. It'd be nice if we could find another player, but I don't think that's going to happen. Unless I think they have a reserve of friends that they can call upon, so we might get some rando from World of Warcraft or something. I would love to stream the game. My setup's not quite there yet for streaming games again. I need to figure out all my audio woes. Is this thing? That doesn't seem pressed in all the way. Oh yeah, it's not even at all. I didn't even solder the anchor pin. What am I doing? What am I doing? There we go. Alright, that's why we do this, is because I'm checking over my own work as I go. What's up with this one? Did I forget to solder these, or did I just not add enough solder? I guess it's in all the way. Alright. Just going through one at a time, soldering them down. I know you guys would play, I know. Yeah, we got kind of like a group of people who are like around here. That helps a lot of the scheduling for playing games and being available and all that stuff, but yeah. We'll be aight. If they do anything to modify that AI to not be as dumb, then we'll be in luck. I have a feeling they had the dumb AI in there just as a demo, you know, an open beta thing. But it's going to be a good game. It's going to be a real damn good game. I think we're going to get quite a bit of mileage out of it, too. I'm just wondering what kind of paid stuff they're going to add into it. You know, DLCs, or is it going to be pay for cosmetics is what I heard. Everybody says that at first. I don't know if they're going to get caught by the psychology bug. You guys see that article where, what was it, EA? Was it EA? I think it was EA or Activision, one of those. They would put an unskilled player in with a skilled player who was using a skinned version of the unskilled player's weapon, so that the unskilled player would think that getting a better looking skin for their weapon would improve their game. And this, while not a physical phenomenon, and everybody around here will say, my God, that's so stupid, of course that is the dumbest thing in the world. But the psychology actually works. And somehow, during whatever test or study or whatever they did, it actually improved sales on the item. Somebody subbed. Snipe the Wolf! Hey, thank you for that, thank you for the Prime. Let's put you up on the board. Genius probably made millions off of that. I think they only recently, like, activated it. I think that was what the news article was all about. That they hadn't activated it until recently or something. That's just insane. But it's like subtle psychology, because if you have thousands of, you know, hundreds of thousands of players, and you do some subtle psychological thing, you can manipulate your market. It's madness. It's madness. It's like the you know, the forced scarcity of Fortnite items and stuff. It's fun to get really good at a game and just have a default skin too. I like doing that. Snipe the wolf. Take the shot, Alexei. Do it. Take the shot. Snipe the Wolf, thank you so much for subbing. I really appreciate that Prime sub. You're up there by another fat guy. And Psycho One and my ass. Activision, it's a patent. Okay. I think did people test to see if that was actually the case? And I guess you'll never know. You'll never know. When custom in-game skins are available, I always wish I could create my own. Yeah, you only get to go to the clothing store. You don't get to stitch together the outfits. It's a cool bit of psychology, though. I think that's really neat. Those studios have whole teams working on the human math to hook more people. Yeah, those are the places that are hiring a couple psychologists. Like, why does Blizzard need psychologists on their game teams? It's like, because they want to min-max the ever-loving shit out of the human condition. More soldering. I got more of these things to go through. Got a lot of pads that need solder on them. And then I'll plug this thing in and it won't work, and then I'll have a SAD. I'll have a big SAD. We could do like more of an upward angle. Nah, I think we're kind of limited here. You guys just this view. Too bad. I want to be vain and show my face while I'm working. Show your face, you coward. The hardest part about this is just being patient. I just need to be patient with each solder connection to make sure that all that heat gets in there and it can propagate into the via. Like there, I didn't put enough solder on it. These are big connections. They take a lot of solder. That's why this thing is so... This thing is like, it has legitimate amounts of weight in just solder alone. So you want to get into electronics. Solder this. Oh my god, I hate your hobby now. I have a bunch of electronics kits for my nephew next time he's here. If that ever happens again. He's going to be like 30 by the time he's actually able to get over here. And I'll be like, hey, you want to build a Christmas tree electronics kit? And he'll be like, fuck off. Like, all right. I'll be an old man by the time we're able to have get-togethers again. Quick break. What you guys doing? I miss Heath kit. Yeah, there were some cool ones. These are just little soldering kits, though. Everyone wants the gold AK. Oh, God. The cold weapon skin is $10 10 ones. Yeah. That's... I would, you know... I would enjoy customization. I just... Yeah, I don't know. The monetization of it all. The game was like $60. I spent $60 on this game, and, like, you're gonna... keep me from getting like a cool set of sunglasses. It's going to be behind a paywall. I got to pay another $2. I know that this is a topic that's been, you know, the internet's been over this one back and forth. And I guess it is good for a game to have some paid DLCs because then you get the developers working on it a little bit longer. Not that Left 4 Dead needed that. Jeez. So I don't know. I'd be mighty jazzed if we got Left 4 Dead style community stuff, but card packs and things like that, all that confusing shit that they got attached to the game, you know that it's gonna be more of a modern kind of flavor to it in terms of, like, you know, if I want to get the sunglasses, I gotta pay for them. That's just how it is. That's just how games are now. I hope that there's a shitload of mod support, though. You know, I want the next Kraken's Coliseum to be in that engine. And I do really mean to emphasize, like, they got the setting perfectly correct. Because we were playing the game, we didn't know it took place in Pennsylvania. We were looking around like, man, this place feels like PA. Like, this place really feels like PA. And then, you know, they named some landmark that we know, and we're like, oh, fuck, it is. Like, it had the right bug sounds, it had the right skybox, it had the right foliage, the land type. There are things that kind of let you tell. Like how you tell two cities apart. My glucometer keeps beeping at me, and I gotta figure out why. But I don't want to stop, because I'm on a roll. I'm on a roll, chat! Look at that heat. Look at that heat stain. I bought kits for my kids, and my son had a fit when his younger sister was better than him. I should teach the nieces as well. It's just the nephew that is more curious about, like, who his uncle is and what he's doing and stuff, so... I kind of taught him how to solder a little bit. Still have a few of the kits. The transistor checker was handy. Yeah, that sounds like a blinky LED, not so much. Hey, is it Hershey Park? I thought it was a little closer to Westchester. I don't know exactly where. Considering the DRM's only online requirement for Back 4 Blood. DRM, wait, and always online requirements. I doubt there's going to be that much modding. I could be wrong, you know. Hey, bother, totally stupid and random question. What is that blueprint tablecloth you got there? This is a cutting mat. If you look up sometimes self-healing cutting mats or just a cutting mat. I had a green one, and because the camera really likes to have a balance of colors in its viewfinder, having a green mat meant that in order to balance it out, the camera would de-emphasize the green colors and start emphasizing reds, and it looked like I had a fatal high blood pressure, like my hands were going to explode. So I sourced a gray mat, and now that I have a gray mat, the camera colors are happy, and it's healthy, and everything looks fine, and chat doesn't have to worry about sending me name a blood pressure drug. I forget what they're called. But yeah, it looked like I would have popped like a blood fountain if I pricked my finger. But yeah, anyway, it's a self-healing cutting mat. They're not good at high temperature, which is why whenever I do air soldering, when I use the hot air soldering station, I'll drop a silicone mat down on the desk. Benzodiazepine, yeah, there we go. Dropping benzos. I've been searching for weeks, never found a word for it. Oh, dude, yeah, it's good stuff. This one was way too big, so I had to sneak it under a lot of stuff on the desk, but I guess it gives me a nice surface. It protects the butcher block beneath from my shenanigans. That one isn't soldered in. It's like, man, going back over your work, some of these aren't even attached. Checking over to see how thorough I was. How many things I missed. I asked Roboz if he'd play Back for Blood, and he was just like, no. I was like, oh, damn it. It's hard to find a game that boy likes. I also think any game that I ask him if he plays, he's just going to tell me no. Almost there. Then I'll look up at you guys. Whew. All right, that's one row. Look at that heat propagating all over. Good for stress, which is good for blood pressure. I don't know. I don't know how that stuff works. I gotta exercise. Exercise is the best thing that you can do. All those blood pressure meds are pointless. At least in my mind. I keep getting like a ramping up effect on the blood pressure meds, and as soon as I start to exercise again, they don't take you off of the higher dosages. It's like they want your heart to just not be moving at all. I think you know, I got a little hypertension from my folks, but mostly I just need to move my body around more. I desperately need to, actually. Gut fat is not healthy. Not healthy, not healthy. Not healthy. Bubble, bubble, toil and trouble. Just letting all the solder blobs bubble over a little bit. That way we make sure that there's good contact. This is taking a lot longer. Well, actually, no. I didn't anticipate this to take less time. This is going to be all day today anyway. I'm trying not to drag it out. I'm trying to go quickly on these solder pads, but I'm also trying to do it right, because this is the opportunity that I have, is to, you know, get this all right so that when I rain Cheeto dust down on it later on, it'll still function as best it can. But yeah, this is not a kit. I'm not building a kit, unfortunately. It'd be cool if it was, then everything would be in better shape than it is. But this is my keyboard. This is probably getting on to be about a year old. The one before it, the one that came before it, was I think 6 or 7 years old. And it was literally the exact same model. There had just been like little revisions to it. Eventually, I spilled stuff on that, and it just stopped working entirely, which may or may not be where this one is at. I'm not looking forward to diagnosing this one right here. Diagnosis will have to happen. Unless it just works out of the bat. That'd be nice. Maybe before I put keycaps on it, we'll test it. More solder. This has been a lot of solder. This is justifying the 1 pound reel that I have. Lots and lots of solder going into big pads. But there was actually like scorching on the board that I'm a little concerned about. A little worried about that. Seeing like scorch marks on my board. I don't know what that was about. I don't know where those are coming from. What their motivation is. Just from having shit in contact with the board for too long. All right, that's another row. I'm going to check on you guys. Make sure you're not burning down the chat. Ow. Tens units? What's that? Heard doesn't work for exercise. What is that? Tens units? I mean, I should just hop on a treadmill while I'm shitting around. This is not the better old stuff. This is partially leaded solder. Tens of transcutaneous electrical nerve oh no, I'm not about that. Yeah, I don't have a wave soldering machine, but there's a lot of surface mount devices on this, so that wouldn't really work out. A lot of surface mount devices would get swept away. But yeah, this is partially leaded solder. I meant to get unleaded just to show people on stream that it's not bad. It really isn't. It takes a little bit of getting used to. It's a shitload safer. The joints don't look as good. You can get over that though. Because not inhaling lead smoke is kind of like nice, you know? Kind of nice. Not having to handle lead all the time. Lead is not good stuff, and I've been exposed to solder like my whole life at this point. My whole life. I was a little kid soldering stuff together badly. There goes my pump again, beeping at me. Ugh, move down the line, one after the other. 1 foot out in front of the other one, right? That one doesn't feel right. Oh yeah, it's all discombobulated. That LED's all fucked up. Well, no, I think I got it in line. All right, that should be okay. That should be all right. Having a board drop into a wave solder machine equal full evacuation while it burns off. Ooh, and you get that circuit board smell. Ugh, that burning circuit board smell is the worst. Nothing healthy in there. Yeah, I've never really messed with a wave soldering machine. I've been in the presence of solder hot pots before, but I was told never to turn it on because it's just a big burn hazard. Supposedly, if you're making a lot of like wire connections, like you need to tin a ton of wires, solder pot's a really good way to do it. But I've never been in that situation where doing what I'm doing right now, maybe just putting in a little bit more elbow grease, doesn't solve the problem. It's one after the other. That's all we're doing. Switches are easy. They're just plentiful. better job I do on this, maybe the more spill-proof this thing is. I don't know. I should put the circuit board or the circuit portion of this thing under like an RF can to protect it. It's like they decided to take the brain of the operation and move it from right above the arrow keys, and then they moved it to right under the arrow keys, and both places are areas where liquid pools. At least when it was above, you could pluck out the brain and make sure that it was right. Because it was on a bunch of standoffs. There's like a separate circuit board. All right, we're almost there. I'm gonna keep trucking. Nothing personnel, chat. I gotta do this. I got a thing I gotta do. Ah, somebody subbed. That's the thing that'll get me up. Der Winter. Thank you for subbing. Let's put you up on the board. Bop. What's the brand of soldering iron? This is a Pace ADS. Pace ADS 200 with AccuDrive. It's an expensive little soldering iron, but it's really good at what it does. The whole point of the Pace station is that I turn it on and it works. No matter what. I turn it on and it works. There's nothing more to it. Turn it on, it works. Heats up immediately. I've never had a Pace station not work on for me. I've had my other Pace station I've had for like 8 years, and it still works. Just a viewer bought me the new one. Der Winter, welcome to the board. You're by Game Over and Schmide, and oh my dear lord, that camera does not like being on an extension cable. Oh God. It is just not here. Shut the fuck up. There we go. Oh God, it's screwing up so badly. Anyway, that's just what that camera does. It's on so many extension cables that it just goes nuts. I don't understand. Yeah, it's like weird rave visuals. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. All right, I want to finish this. Just me and Bro Julio down by the schoolyard. That popped into my head when I saw Bro Julio commenting, and now I can't get it out of my head. Charles, get out of my head. There's a space bar. Move it on. Ooh, that part of the board is a little warm. Burn myself from the residual heat. Oh man, I really hope this works after all this. After all said and done. I've invested 2 streams into this thing to refurbish it. And quite a bit of my evening last night. Quite a bit of my evening last night was spent desoldering. I could crush a plunger on a syringe with the force of 1,000 suns because of the workout that I got using that solder sucker. At a point towards the end there, I was actually reloading it by smashing it against the table. Oh dear God, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, I'm out of insulin. Well, we got to do that in a minute too. Some USB extension cables are better than others. I bought 2 that are incompatible with the HTC Vive. Yeah, I bought USB 3 extensions. It's just the, what do you call it? The Logitech webcams take up a lot of bandwidth. Thank you for the streams. Very interesting. From Russia. Hell yeah, dude. I appreciate you subbing to my weirdness. We do a lot of crazy shit here. I try to teach people that, you know, I don't know. YouTube channels kind of tick me off because they're also good at everything they do. I do stuff that kind of expands my own horizons in terms of skill levels and content type. I've been doing so much expansive stuff recently because we just got a lot of work to do. We got a lot of work to do to kind of get stuff up to snuff around here. But it's, you know, it's fun to just kind of like do this kind of content on a platform like Twitch. I'm hoping to raise my visibility to other streamers, but that's just not something that always happens, you know? I was able to build Tom Thinks' button. That was one of my favorite things recently. And a project like that is so seldom to come upon. Something that is just a home run. All right. Connected. Oh, I just need to flush cut the... I am now back to where I started with this thing. Precisely. All the way back to the beginning. Now, did I miss anything? Do a little site inspection here. Some of these are missing switches because they, instead of using the balance bar, they would use two of the keys. But I guess they decided not to do that, but it's still in the board revision. I think we're good. I'm not seeing anything. Front looks nice and clean. Those feel nice. They don't feel like there's any sticky liquids inside of them. Time to take out a streamer looking for streamer friends ad. Nah, those connections are always very weird. I don't know if I'll ever get a break. You know, hey, we need somebody to join in on XYZ game, because they don't see me as playing games. And in the future, I do want to do more gaming streams. I need to get my setup kind of vetted out, right? Yeah, it's time to test. I don't want to get too much further in this. So that, oh yeah, time to give myself insulin, or this thing's gonna yell at me. Hold on one sec. You guys can see part of the cheating process of doing this. Let me just get a bottle of insulin. Got a couple going over here. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to take from multiple bottles. Yeah, probably will. Okay, so we'll take these. Take this. Is it raining? No, it's not. It's like a super clear day today, even though the humidity is ridiculous. All right, so this thing has a special draw and inject reservoir, which means that in order to refresh this thing, all I need to do is jab it with a needle. Yeah, it's like a bag of insulin. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's just because I had the cap on. Yeah, this one is no longer good. Huh, I wonder what got into it. Well, now it works. I'll use it. All right, so it's got a little... This is empty. Why did I keep this? There's literally nothing in this. There's literally nothing in this one. Okay, that's garbage. Into the can. Is that gonna be enough? I think so. I just replaced the actual patch that goes to like my body, so it is still a fresh sight. I'm gonna reuse the other equipment, the reservoir and the tube and stuff. Because the thing that really goes bad after 3 days is the patch on the skin. Because your body fights it. Hold on, I need more. I need more! More insulin! All the insulins! I have more. So what I'm doing is I'm basically filling up the bag of insulin that exists inside of the reservoir, but that part is also replaceable. The reservoir, the tube, and the patch on your skin are all replaceable. I treat them as separate entities a lot of the time. In the past, there's a lot of bubbles. In the past, when I had a lot of excess insulin, like extra insulin, as just in case, I would load up a bunch of the reservoirs and then swap those out. It's always a fun thing to do. What the hell is up with my skin down here? Man, looks weird. Anyway, so I've filled up that thing with 300 units of insulin. What am I going to do with this? I don't know. We'll do the tweezers. And so what I'm going to do is tell it that I'm going to replace... Please test PG. Poll is stopped. All right. Options. Load. Change cartridge. Make sure your infusion site is disconnected. Oh yeah, I should probably do that because I need to. No matter what, it makes you prime 10 units out of the fucking thing. All right, I've disconnected. Preparing for the new cartridge. You know what? I'm gonna let you finish. But so remove the cartridge and install a filled cartridge. Well, we're gonna refill this one. Not really supposed to refill these, but it's not that big of a deal. So there's just a little needle hole at the top. It's just a little rubber patch. And so as I fill this, it's going to fill the plastic reservoir with insulin, and it can overfill a little bit. So I just release it, and then the pressure evens out. Try to keep that sterile. They added something to these syringes, by the way. They added a little plunger right there, so that because insulin is ridiculously expensive. They made sure that that little bit of space right there wasn't filled with insulin that nobody could ever use. That's like several units of insulin. Detecting. I might go to Taco Bell for dinner. I haven't had Taco Bell in a long time. That's more of a lunch thing, though, isn't it? Not like a dinner thing. They're doing that with COVID vaccines. I thought I was gonna actually. What is it? The Pfizer vaccine? I thought it came in retracting needles designs, but they apparently weren't. The retracting needles are so much safer for everybody. I didn't get a good view of what. Yeah, we were in a township like warehouse where they kept like road equipment stuff. Retracting needles are expensive. Yeah, but the government is paying the bill. You might as well. Oh, we have to put it in a retracting needle syringe, and we're going to charge you $300 a shot extra. And the U.S. government will just fork that money over. This is burning 10 units of insulin. I haven't done the calculation for how much that costs because it would depress me. It has to get up to 10 units. Yeah, with durable medical equipment like syringes and stuff like that, like I don't, you know, saying they're more expensive, it could just be that the price, you know, formulary puts it at a higher price for no reason. Yes, we all know how to do dimensional analysis. I'm not gonna tell you how much I pay for insulin. Because I literally just got finished saying I don't want to do that calculation. Ten times the cost, at least when I used to work with a local hospital warehouse. Yeah, nowadays they're probably ridiculous. Hold on, I'm trying to plug. This is a little quick disconnect. It's got a little tiny needle at the end there because it seals when you unplug it. It's a very simple plastic mechanism. Been using these for like 20 years. But I have to plug it in the right way and get it to click into the little patch on my skin. This pump was unique the day that it was made because not only is it a rechargeable battery, but it has a bag and a little plunger that draws and injects. It basically draws insulin from a bag and then injects it into your body. And what that means is that you don't have the traditional syringe style reservoir. Syringe style reservoir, you get all 300 units in some kind of a tube with a plunger. This end goes directly to your body eventually, and then you have some kind of an advanced mechanism that will push basically a plunger against it and inject a certain amount of insulin. But I've had a couple airplane trips where bubbles in the reservoir expand, and then suddenly I got a lot more insulin on my body. I got a lot more insulin in my body. That was really bad because I almost had a pass out type event in the middle of an airport. This is why I haven't eaten today. This is abysmal. Something about that pizza set me off, and I kept trying to correct it, and then it wouldn't correct. It just went right back to hyperglycemia. And so now, as of right now, as of 3 minutes ago, I am finally back to normal glucose levels. I have been drinking water like it's my job. Man, Sometimes something will set you off. It might have been a bad. It might have been the. It might not have been the pizza. I think maybe where I put the infusion set on my body wasn't receiving insulin as well. So that moved. How does it sense your glucose level? I got another patch on my skin. That one is from a company called Dexcom, and that one has a bimetallic wire that goes beneath the skin. There's a whole injector thing that basically shoves a needle under your skin, retracts the needle, leaves behind a tiny little wire, which comes out when you take the thing off. But that has clipped to it one of these guys. These are the ones with dead batteries. I gotta figure out how to change the batteries in these. These are really expensive. All of this stuff is like, basically it's buying like an Xbox every month. But these things, these little expensive ass motherfuckers, this thing is sealed in epoxy and it's got a big coin cell battery. When you clip this in, it will start transmitting over Bluetooth, and it stores a couple levels, and then it transmits every certain amount of time. Yeah, I think these are Bluetooth LE. And the wonderful thing about this is that I don't need to do the finger poke. You know, your finger poke, and then you draw a little bit of blood, and you put it on the machine, and it tells you what your glucose level is. I haven't done one in months because of this thing. That's pretty cool. Cool to leave behind one of the things that I thought I'd be doing for the rest of my life. I don't have calluses on the sides of my fingers anymore. That's crazy. That's a really weird thing. All right, we got to test this keyboard. Let's plug it in. I got the base here. Plug in the USB-C. I had to put a little spiral wrap over the end of this thing because it was popping out of there too often. So I got a little spiral wrap to kind of hold it there. I got a fabric cable that's orange because, again, I'm theming everything. This is still red, and I don't know what to do about that. There's a couple things about this plug that I'd like to fix, but I can't. Couple things about this plug. One of the primary things about this plug is that it's got red on it. It's disgusting. I think I tried to wash it in alcohol and it wouldn't wash. I think it dyed that a little bit. The other thing is you can see there that the power plug is coming out. Got red on you. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. The other thing is that you can see the power plug coming out a little bit there. In previous iterations of me working on the keyboard, broke the little tab that's supposed to hold that thing in. I broke it. So I don't have a replacement for this plug. I gotta be on the lookout for a replacement for this plug because I think I can find one if I just keep my ear to the ground long enough. I should be able to find one in some other device. It'd be nice to swap out the whole thing and just recrimp the wires on it. I hope that's not what's causing the problems with the keyboard if I went through all that. Oh yeah, there's some stuff in here. Hold on, I gotta clean that out. Part of the keyboard that I wasn't able to bathe. Just using like a clay working tool to kind of scrape in there. I'm soldering a Dodge Durango back together today from rat damage? What? Rat damage. Holy shit, dude. That's pretty wild, man. That's a big project. Alright, we should get decent electrical connections on there. I hope. I don't like that, like, scorching. Rats like old wires. Damn. Madness. It's madness is what it is. You got rat damage. Why am I not plugging this in? What's going on here? Well, I can't find the plug. This isn't rocket science. I should be able to plug this thing in. Yeah, there's a lot of good materials to build a nest out of inside of a car, right? A lot of soft stuff. Make a good rat home. All right, if you just don't want to participate in being an electrical connector, you let me know, and we don't have to do this song and dance. Why is this thing not plugging in? There we go. This connector is not my favorite in the world. I'm not happy with this one. They could have chosen 1,000 different connectors to do this job. But they chose violence. All right, that 5-volt pin slips out. I gotta be careful. All right. Comedy will ensue, right? I'm like reluctant to power this up after all that work. I gotta go to keyboardtester.com, and there's a possibility that if this thing hits a weird combo of keys, maybe we go to Keyboard Tester first, because that'll lock the functionality of the keyboard into Keyboard Tester. It'll make some really jarring tapping noises when things start popping off here, but this is one of my favorite websites, the Keyboard Tester. There, now that won't make any noise. Looks like one expensive-ass keyboard. It was. Yeah. Well, we got confirmed for lights. That's where we were with the other one. Escape key works. F keys don't work. Why is F2 not working? F2's coming in as F3. Uh-oh. Maybe I just missed it. Let's go tilde. 1, 2, 3, 2 key. That didn't come in first. 4, 5, 5. That came in after a little while. 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, minus, plus, plus, plus. Backspace. That one worked eventually. I don't know. It might just need a little like little vetting out. Q eventually came in. W, E, R. They typically don't need to be worked again. Maybe the oil in them, the oil that got in them is bad. I don't think so though. They eventually come in and start functioning. I, O. That's not O. That's not the right key. Now, this is the controller fucking up. Oh, maybe it's not. Hold on. No, there's O. Okay. It's working, but with an asterisk next to that. Okay. Enter. Well, enter's working, but it's going into the other window. There you go. That eventually came through. Semicolon. Okay. L, K, J, H. It's like slow. I don't know what this is. F. That seems to be okay. Like, okay, so I'll hit S. S, hit it again. A, hit it again. Yeah, it might just be that the caps are a little weird right now. There's caps lock. It lights up the LED blue. You guys are seeing it at a weird frame rate. That is obnoxious, that color. It's like an aqua. Well, I mean, I have a working keyboard plugged into the computer right now. I can use that, and you can see how snappy this thing responds. I don't know. It feels like I'm like breaking them in. That, and I don't have keycaps on it yet. We can also confirm by doing this that no keys that aren't supposed to be being hit are being hit, right? Spacebar, flashbar, spacebar, wamba wamba. Flashbar, taskbar, here we go, okay. Well, I didn't hit left alt. I guess, oh, both alts are as one. That's the function key. That which key is this? This one is the menu key. Yeah, it's not coming up. And then control. It feels like a struggle to get each of the keys to register. Left, down, right. All right, this is gonna screw everything up. F12, oh no, pause, scroll lock, which I then have to turn off. Print screen. 12, 11. Maybe I do just have to break them in. Menu key, nothing of value was lost. I know. Who uses a menu key? I think I did use the menu key at some point. Those are good candidates for push to talk. If it didn't pull up a fucking menu every time. Yeah, there's a weird lag behind it. Let's see if I can't find the keys without caps on them, but it appears to not be lagging now. And if I type with a normal keyboard, that's fine. I gotta put keycaps on it. I think that's the next step. Are all my LEDs lit up? Ow, my eyes. Yes, they're all lit up, and so are my eyes. Jeez, I really wish I could configure these to be orange as well. Looks like there's a drop down of voltage. It would explain the latency in the buttons or even not registering. Where are you seeing a drop down in the voltage? Why would that be? Man, this is bright. It's nice to have clean LEDs on this thing again. Jeez. All right, let's unplug this. No, I don't know what the deal is with that. I don't know if, like, having put the keys together, if they needed to be pressed a bunch of times in order to get them to work properly again. That could have been it. These are dirty. I really should have cleaned these while I had the chance. Well, I'm not going to drag it out for you guys. We're not going to do that, so I'll put these back together. Oh, God, it's already 5. Jesus Christ. Time flies when you're working on a freaking keyboard, huh? It feels like these lights are so useless under the spacebar. Banned for WD-40. We don't use WD-40 around here. If we're actually looking to displace water and have it return to a non-oiled state, WD-40 is the right thing. But if we're trying to actually lubricate something, we're going to use some Inox MX3. This is your water displacement. That's what's in here. That's your water displacement light oil. If you want to use something that's not going to dry up and you're not trying to displace water, 3-in-1 oil. Or a variety of greases. Lithium grease comes to mind. If you are... WD-40 is fucking useless, right? If you're milling aluminum and you don't want the aluminum to stick to your end mill, that is an appropriate use of WD-40. If your tools have been left out in the rain and you need to remove the water from them, that is an appropriate use for WD-40. Everything else you do with WD-40 is going to push the good grease out, and it will end up costing you. If your fan is squeaking and you put WD-40 in it, you got some comeuppance on your way. Because what'll happen is it'll push out the good grease and you will be left in tears in the heat. But WD-40 doesn't care about your feelings. Displacing water off your bombs. Who's got bombs? Where's the hole? Yeah, now we're cooking. So aside from spacebar, all I need is caps lock, and then FU, C, and K, and then I'll be done. I'll do all the balanced ones first, because they annoy me. Yeah, it's a bit of a penetrating oil. It's a bit of a lubricant. It actually is a very good lubricant, but it's not a permanent lubricant. This stuff is. This is basically WD-40, but it sticks around. Oh yeah, lubricating the outside of your rocket. That's right. That's right. That's correct. That's what we're talking about. I think this is left shift. It could be right shift. I never get these right. Should I challenge myself to put this layout back together, but with without looking at a keyboard? I think that would lead to tears. That would probably lead to tears. Is this a bigger... Is left shift smaller than right shift? I guess so. Oh, 40th attempt by whatever company for bomb storage. Oh, see, but the one was I thought one of the space thingies was going to use like lubricant on the outside of the stainless steel. Like it was going to have pores, which is creepy and gross and weird. Here come those humans again with their rocket that leaks. Their leaky rocket. Excuse me. Hold on, I have to legit cough. That was Starship? Oh, they eventually went with tiles. Okay. Tab? May I interest you in a tab? It's light and refreshing, and it tastes absolutely terrible. That's the wrong location. Does this one get balance bar? It might. I think it does. So if we're talking about actually the long part of the key, yeah, long part of the key at the bottom, which means that these face upwards. It's so hard to get this stuff straight, the mechanical keyboard. I do like the mechanical keyboard. I think it's a nice input device. My main thing about the mechanical keyboard is that I can keep everything so simple. I can have an old school keyboard on my sweet machine, and I can get rid of the numpad. Get him out of there. Get rid of that numpad. But I like me some good simplicity. This is the delete key. Yeah, that's a delete key. I kept saying tab. Tab doesn't work like that. That's not how tab works at all. Tab, the nice refreshing drink made to taste like old soda that's been sitting in the fountain. Ugh. And it's like aspartame ass. I want to make this soda taste like it's out of a Pizza Hut from 1992 that some urban explorer just found. I really should be cleaning these as I put them back in, huh? That's kind of gonna be gross. I'm happy that worked though. I'm actually really happy that I was able to get any response out of the keys, because that certainly was not the case before. I'm not sure. I don't think the lag is due to any dip switch positioning. I don't think I've got any weird settings in there. I know the dip switches can kind of screw things up, but I should have done this one second. Is that linked in? Still loose. The little clips for the balance bars are by far the most annoying part of this keyboard. They are far and away the most annoying part of this keyboard. You got to do it in... Jesus Christ. You got to do it in sequence. Easiest way to do them is with no other keys installed. I would have preferred if they did the multiple switches method of balancing it. You vibing? Yeah, flathead screwdriver would be an easier tool to use for this. Yeah. I'm doing it random. Well, basically what I do is I do all the ones with the balance bars first. Is that actually... That is actually clipped in. It's just not holding it very well. There we go. There we go. There he is. Yeah. So now, short part of the key up, little booties facing upwards. Put the balance bar on it, link it one side then the other. Drop the key down, make sure the bar is in the right location, and then sneak it into its little cleats. A flathead screwdriver would be much easier to control. This thing barely fits, but there we go. All right, it is time. Oh, the other thing I don't get is a light under the caps lock. I thought that went upwards. Does that really go down? Maybe that's not. No, that's caps lock. The thing that this keyboard included was a little LED hole for the caps lock button. Caps lock, man, do we not need that anymore in society? But it would have been cool if I could have gotten a light behind that. Co-star stabs in which the what? What are you talking about? Starship needs more LEDs, it's true. There goes my comment. Bye-bye comment. What? Can't read everything, you know? Wrong way. Arrow up. Yeah, but then that's the wrong button. I know caps lock has the arrow up, but the tilt of the key, the short end is up top. So I just noticed my cap arrow points down for some reason. That's what I'm talking about. The tilt of the key is on is on this side. So this is in the proper way. If I put it in this way, you can see it. It looks like shit. And suddenly it's leaning in the wrong direction. So sorry. Arrow goes down. Unless this is a different key. I don't know. We'll get there. Let's look for some of the larger keys. I just want to get the keys on the sides in. I think I'm done with those. So which one's pause? Scroll lock, pause, right? Is that there? I think it is. Scroll lock, pause. What are you? Function. Man, this key is disgusting. All right, I'm gonna get some Windex and just give him a little spritz. Some of these are gross. Stab for stabilizer. It's what you call the balance bar. They call that stab? Oh, stab is in stabilizer. Okay, man, that took a while to unpack. Sorry. I'm dumb. Function key. Which one was function? I believe it was here. We'll vet that out in a minute. I'll have to pull up a picture of the actual keyboard. This one. Left. You can tell by the slope. E key. E. So many memes just on this letter. QWE. D key. ASD. F. Yeah, that was a walk around the park for me to get there. 5 and the %. This is one of the only keys that I need to install for any % keyboard run. 5. Actually, tilde. I think I have separate tildes and escapes on this, yeah. QWERTYU. Jeez, this is gonna be tedious, huh? Slash question mark. L. IOP. Bracket, bracket. Quote. Semicolon L. Jeez, this is racking my brain. This is a neat puzzle. A. F2. What are you? Tilde, huh? Tilde. Quote. T. F2. Oh yeah, ASDF is on a different line. All right, man. Take a seat. Take a seat, everybody. It's okay. Man. Take it easy, all right? Got backseat keyboardists. That's a Pietro. Ooh, where does this slash go? It's not tab. It is the larger slash. I want to say numpad, but I don't have a numpad. Oh, okay. That goes here. That's right. I put tab in the wrong place. It's all gonna work out in the end, guys. You gotta let me fail forward. With my muscle memory, you can just place them random, yeah. Oh yeah, WASDF. Or no, ASD. Why am I putting W in there? It's alright, we'll get there. Windows key. I think Windows is here. Delete. It's one of my favorite keys. One of my favorite keys. I like that you can erase stuff in both directions. You can cause complete havoc. 0. F7. Not as cool as F8. F7 is always existing in the shadow of F8. F8 is a powerful key. Do these have any, like, gross stuff under them? They probably do. 9. 9! Okay, arrow keys are tricky. The way you tell arrow keys is by the sloped edges. So the sloped edges are going to face, basically, it slopes downwards towards the back of the keyboard, right? So that's how you get that slope. That's an up key. So that goes right here. Hey, I got plus and minus on this. Would you shut up? Right? Man. DFG. Glad I'm not playing a game. This would be insufferable. Scroll lock. Pause. Page up, page down. Num lock. Pause in the wrong place? No. End. Home. No, insert. Home and scroll lock. I know it's the one that lights up the thing when I got it on there. I'll have to investigate that and see if I get it right. There's a little bit of a slant to it. It might go here. It might go on the inside, though. I'll have to look it up. QWER. Ah, that didn't even stay in. What's your problem? Okay. Where'd the I key come from? Or is that an I? Yeah. IOP. That would mean it goes UIOP. Yeah, that looks like it fits there. Page down. Is that on the inside or the outside? End. Page down. Okay. I'm running out of, like, wiping area. This hurts my soul. We'll grow a tougher soul. Jeez. 8, 9, 10. Like I said, We're not perfect. Oh man, I got like no viewers. Nobody wants to watch me put a keyboard back together. That's understandable. We're in that time when it's between people who are like doing stuff or people who are isn't the T in the wrong place? QWER, yeah, T. It is. I'll get there when I get there. Insert. Insert delete. F3. Guys, I'm doing this from memory, you know? Q. ASDF. F9. Man, it's like... Menu. Menu. I think that's this guy. Because Alt, Control. Menu, Windows, Function. Those might be flipped. What's it like on the other keyboard? Alt and Function are next to each other? Yeah. Yeah, no, that's the right spot. Okay. More keys. You're trying to act so high and mighty. Good thing it's not a transmission. You think I would probably, you know, put a little bit more care into something like that, as opposed to this, where I'm just kind of like fucking around. You ever do stuff like this? You just kind of play a game with something just to see how sharp you are at it? Plus key. Yeah, that's where the 9 and the 0 need to be moved. Because chat wouldn't shut the fuck up and let me come to my own conclusions here, you know? Plus, minus, minus, plus, minus, plus. I don't know, man. If it makes you guys feel better to treat me like shit, that's fine. At least somebody doesn't feel like shit. One of us. J. It's also a home row. Ah! GHJ. Assuming everything else is in the right location. Guess I can't. Page up. Page down, page up. F4. Easy one to find. F number 4. C. Oh, Christ, where's the C key? C is a low row one, and I haven't figured out where any of the other stuff is. It's gonna go somewhere around here. ZXC. Okay. Yeah, I can do that. Speaking of which, the 7 key. What do we got? Oh. 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 QWRT, yeah. TYU, okay. I've just been bitching about the T key. It's like, just let me figure it out. I don't have a key puller. Chord. Still haven't found that W key. It'll turn up. Semicolon. Semicolon. Faces this way. Like that. There we go. There he is. K. Where the fuck is K? JK. Yeah, okay. It's like my hands know, but my brain doesn't. Why do you have a heat sensor? What the fuck? Well, why don't I have a heat sensor, man? We do a lot of soldering on the channel. So what better way to show soldering? Oh, this control key is actually missing. It's on the other desk. It's not missing. It's still around. It's just Yeah, it's just when I was cleaning it out, the first thing to go was that control key. It just likes to pop off. F8. Just taking them one at a time at random. N. So I'm about to use a gamer word. Where do I start? MN. Right? Is it here? I don't know. That feels right. Escape. Don't we all need a little bit of that in our lives? Shut the fuck up. B. I don't remember where B goes. Stop backseating me, man. Stop it. You're taking all the fun out of this. Woo! Alright, so we know the keyboard works. The question is, when I start typing on it, is it going to feel natural, or is it going to do that thing where the keys are like lagging again? 1, 2, 3. I don't understand. Why wouldn't you just look at something that tells you where all the keys go? I can't handle this, and I need to type something into chat. I probably would do normal without looking. I mean, every now and then, like to orient myself, because I don't really use the nubs to orient where I'm typing. I had a keyboard that had like no labels on the front. It had the labels on the side of the key, which was interesting, but I actually looked down a lot more than I thought I would. Home is, yeah, home's there. Minus, I know where that goes. Print screen. Wait. Yeah, print screen all the way up here, right? That's right. Yeah. That, okay. Print screen, pause, scroll lock. I don't know about pause. It's funny. What does the pause key even do? Anybody know what the pause key even is doing? Z. Oh yeah, ZXC. VB. Wait, I just answered my own question. VB. MN. No. ZXC VB NM. Yeah. C was in the right place. It's telling me stuff was discombobulated. 4. There's finally the 4 key. 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. F5. F5. Quick load. F5 is quick load, right? Pause and scroll lock are switched. I don't understand why you guys don't know what I'm doing. I'm glad that you guys are eagle-eyed viewers, but I'm also frustrated because everybody seems to be like, by the way, you have a key in the wrong place. I'm going to check that at the end of this. Yeah, these are all relics of the old days from when you would, like, pause your program from running. Finger hunt and peck. Really? You hunt and peck? Heathen. You heathen. How many WPM can a good hunt and pecker do? Look up good pecker on Google and see what they say. Bought keyboard RGB from Amazon and wound up shooting it because I was so mad. What? All right, we should start to get down to the meaty keys here. S. WASD. I kept adding W to ASD, and so everything was pushed over to the side. And you guys wouldn't have seen that if I was listening to people in chat who are trying to remotely puppet me into getting it perfect the first time. Y key that you always hit when you try to chat in a game. Oh yeah, the other one's already in there. Arrow key down. Does it look like they're in the right spot? Yeah, I got that right. They're kind of weird when they don't go in the right spot. ZX. X to my Z. M. NM. F number 6. End. There's like shit on the end key. Yeah, it'd probably be good to use some of these like pause and end as like, you know, like push to talk or something like that. Of course, then you got to take your hand off of WASD to do that. They're just in the wrong place. Caps lock would make a really good push to talk button if it wasn't caps lock. I use pause for sleep button. That's a good one. The only time that I've ever needed to use caps lock is when like making a professional drawing for something, like a layout, like a you know, like a mechanical drawing of something. Use all caps. Home and end are very valuable keys to me. I should use them more. They seem like they would have more utility than they actually, you know, do. This thing snaps together, which I hate. I really wish this thing was just held together with magnets, and then I could fucking like King Shark it every time I need to split the thing apart. Yeah, but it's just snaps. These snaps have put up with a lot of my bullshit, but yeah, caps would be really good for like push to talk. Scroll lock is still useful on Linux. I ended up muting myself by stepping on my mic cable and then trying to move around. All right, where did I put that keyboard key? I've got one derelict keyboard key. Here it is. I found it. It was by a sausage. All right. Control. This one is like kind of loose fit. I think it's damaged. It's damaged. Jared Leto's Joker. It's damaged. All right. So plug it in. Give it a little test. Everybody lights up. You can barely see it, which is what I like. The keys are, of course, filthy and worn, but whatever. We're not reinventing the keyboard here. We are refurbishing a keyboard that I fucking destroyed. Yeah, some of these are weird. There's going to be a little bit of growing pains on this thing. I mean, they seem pretty stable. It's just some of them like, yeah, like that 4 key kind of lagged in a little bit. We know there are no foreign substances in this thing. We made sure, except for a little bit of oil on the springs. Yeah, insert key is not... There it goes. What could be causing that? What do you think? Some of them are just fine. Oh, scroll lock and pause are indeed reversed. That's all I need to look at, though. Hype train is cooled down, ready to leave the station again. There we go. Ooh, man, I hope those clicks aren't too loud for you guys. It would be, one day, maybe I'll get one of those special keycaps. That right there, I'm wondering about that. I wonder if over time that'll correct itself. Could it be a result of having 2 keyboards plugged in? I don't think so. Sounds like my Geiger counter. I know, it makes this click noise. What's the other sound that it makes? Josh?
Off.
Chat, what the fuck is this? Wait, it went back to click. This is gonna be real fucking annoying if these keys don't register right away. Do you think it's something where, like, if I leave it for a day or two, it'll correct itself and start working again? Everything got an alcohol bath. Everything dried off properly. We put it back together. There's like a tiny bit of oil in the keys. Everything is soldered back onto the board and has good connection. Is that oil that got on the top layer? Huh. Some of them I just hit and they don't register. And maybe it's because let it ferment for 24 hours. You gotta go through the right life cycle. Guys, why is my keyboard joshing? I got Josh on the keyboard. It's always a sad day when this happens to electronics. When your electronics get joshed. Yeah. It's I don't know, it's joshed. We've joshed it to within an inch of its life, and now I don't know. It's not good. I gotta get the Josh out of this thing. Sounds like saying Joss, like Joss Whedon. Toss. Keyboard toss. Who said that? Yeah, I don't know what to do about that. You know, the foreign substance that I put in shouldn't have anything to do with how this thing works. It shouldn't limit it in any way. It says Jaws. It's promoting a movie from the 70s. This is a great soundboard, but I wish it had more sounds. Yeah, so, okay, my keyboard's back together. I think it works. Hopefully it doesn't start doing what it did when it failed last time. Last time when I was entering numbers into stuff, what would eventually happen is it wouldn't take any keyboard input, and it would kind of seem like this thing does right now, which is not good. It would basically, as I hit keys, they wouldn't come through until I held it down or hit it a bunch of times. And that was just because I got shit on it. And we're lucky that the microcontroller came back properly from its watery grave. The only dip switch to be set is the last one. So it's not like we're in an incompatible mode. The other keyboard I have, of course, responds immediately. So I don't know if this thing is like injured in some way, or maybe just the signaling is bad because it's going through a router. That shouldn't be it. Yeah, the lesson here is that keyboards, they don't appreciate Slogan as much as we do. So. Oh, it's because I'm in this field still. That's why it's switching back and forth. Yeah, no, it's a little fucky. I have to hit it like directly down in order for it to register. It could just be like reseating and unseating things. I don't know. I think I'll try to spend a little bit of time with a keyboard plugged into my machine exclusively, and we'll see what happens there. We'll see if I can still tolerate it. You know, maybe being powered up for a couple days might help it out. Maybe let that oil kind of get all over everything. I don't know. Just joined, so I don't know what's going on. We got a keyboard tester open. You can change the sound up here, and the options are the Geiger counter click, nothing, or Josh. So, yeah, there's some weirdness when you first plug it in, and I don't know if it's being caused by this machine or if it's the buttons. There you go. See, F8 not doing anything until I really press it down, and then it registers. So it could just be that I've assembled all the stuff
and it just needs to be broken in a little bit. I don't think that's going to be such a big factor in it, or it could just be that, you know, I need it to be powered for like a couple days, or I need to use it a bunch and maybe it'll break in a little bit, but it doesn't seem like something that would break in. Maybe, just maybe, something's still a little messed up around that microcontroller with the clock and everything, and it needs to dry out just a little bit more, because I know I probably should have run hot air over the crystal so that it could outgas anything that got into it. That might be a good idea to do. The chip gets a little warm though. The thermals won't see it, but like if I had this on for a day, you'd be able to see a hot spot right about here. Probably won't be able to see it on thermals. Here, let's check. Chip does get a little toasty, not very toasty. Where's my mouse? Oh, it's on the other screen. Can't really see it. Can't really see it. But after like a day or so, there's like a hot spot right around here. I could draw on the plastic with thermals. Nice. I've actually melted a keyboard doing that. Sticking it in a stove and just leaving it in like 110-degree heat. You gotta be careful though. You don't want to melt your plastic. I don't think sitting it in a stove would be a good idea for me. All I need to do is pop it open again, and then I can use the hot air station on the microcontroller. I have tried to dry out keyboards with an oven before. Like if you spill something benign, like water on it, it's always a better idea to disassemble everything though. Yeah, all right. Well, my keyboard is quote-unquote fixed. We'll see what the next couple days bring in terms of functionality. We didn't end up taking apart Lone Star's thing today. We'll be back on Tuesday, and on Tuesday, I'm going to be working on some other project. Probably RC car stuff. We have a bunch of RC car stuff that I kind of want to get done. The other project is the rack mount PC case, and I know PC builders have sort of a middling number of people who watch them. We get a lot of new people during that. And keyboard stuff too. We got a bunch of new people with keyboard stuff. But apparently people who watch like keyboard building streams are kind of mean. I don't know. They don't know the concept of backseating very well. They didn't really understand that I was kind of playing a game there at the end. I don't understand why people won't get that, but they don't. It's weird, right? It's weird. It's a little weird. Anyway, Tuesday. I think we should probably work on the computer a little bit because I want to get that done. I want to get that done because it's going to free up a lot of desk space around here. I've wanted to put the stream PC in the rack for months. Lone Star's really cool video device, I'm going to push it to 1 week from today. We'll take apart that really cool video thing. And then maybe Thursday we could do some RC car stuff if I've got stuff to do with it. That'll be good. I want to get the Groovy's talking in chat right now. I want to get to Groovy's RC car stuff too. There's some cool radio stuff in there, and then I can be smarter than Chad for once. But yeah, anyway, I need a couple days. I just did a 3-day stream marathon. I don't know how other people do that. I guess they get to play video games, and video games are a little bit more structured, you know? You get beginning, middle, end, you get plot. For me, it takes me 2 days to get to a conclusion, you know, with the keyboard stuff. That was grueling. It was grueling and repetitive. I got it done. Hopefully it's going to work for me in the future, right? All right. I'll see you guys on Tuesday. Till then, be nicer people. That's all I got for you. Let's see what's up. Let's see what's what. Let's see. Oh my God, it's me. What an ugly person. He looks like he's concentrating on stuff. It's weird. Mickey Piss Planet 5. Final Fantasy Online. Louis is playing Back for Blood. Should we raid Louis? Should we do that? Should we do that? Yeah, we're gonna raid Lunatic Live. We haven't done that in a while. / raid Lunatic Live. I probably spelled that wrong, right? Does he spell it with a C? Yeah, Lunatic.
All right, everybody, we're gonna raid Louis. I will see you guys on Tuesday. Be there. We'll be working on cool stuff. We'll be getting to greater heights, the projects that we're working on. Bye. Oh yeah, that's not the bye. That's not the bye moment. I forgot. I haven't raided in a little while, so I don't. This is so embarrassing. Hey everybody. We're just gonna hang out for a little bit here. All right, let's go.